Chapter 97. The Newcomer King from a Year Ago. Thereafter, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He only stopped after 3 days. I've completely mastered the force of fire, but the level of fire is still very low. I've only just started. In the future, I'll need to continue cultivating and comprehending it. It's time to go back. I've been in the southern fire field for more than 40 days, and there's less than a month left before the 4-month deadline I promised Feng Wu. I can't go back on my word. Yao Tianyu, just you wait. Out of habit, Lu Ming searched the surroundings and caught a demonic beast. He rode the demonic beast and quickly headed back to the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming returned to the mystical sword sect 5 days later. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're back. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he ran into Pang Shi and Hua Qi, who were walking out together. When Pang Shi saw Lu Ming, he smiled happily. Big Rock, where are you guys going? Lu Ming asked curiously. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're back just in time. There's going to be a show to watch. Feng Lai from the Onyx Tortoise Hall is going to fight his 10th battle on the bronze platform today. If he wins this battle, there'll be one more person on the bronze ranking. Pang Shi said excitedly. Feng Xinglia? Who is Feng Xinglia? Lu Ming had a puzzled look. No way? Lu Ming, you don't even know Feng Xinglia? Hua Qi looked at Lu Ming in disdain. Lu Ming touched his nose with a bitter smile and nodded. All right, I lose to you. Hua Qi was speechless. He pouted and said, Feng Xinglia was the rookie king a year ago. Haven't you heard of him? The rookie king from a year ago. Lu Ming's interest was immediately piqued. That's right. He was the newcomer king from last year. Therefore, this battle is very meaningful. Among the 2 batches of disciples, the first one started to enter the bronze rank. The others haven't grown up yet, so it has attracted a lot of attention. Hua Qi explained. After what had happened last time, Hua Qi's attitude towards him had completely changed. He no longer had a stinky face all day long, shouting that he would defeat him in the future. Interesting. Let's go together. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. How strong was the newcomer king from a year ago? Moreover, he was originally going to the bronze platform. The 3 of them immediately rushed towards the bronze platform. The bronze platform was located in the middle of the 4 great academies. It was a battle platform. The bronze platform was surrounded by 4 huge stands that could accommodate 100,000 people. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the grandstand around the bronze platform was already packed with people. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. It's too lively. So many people have come. Pang Shi's eyes widened as he looked around. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed. There were only about 50,000 bronze disciples from the 4 great academies. This time, no less than 30,000 of them had come. It was clear how sensational this was. Other than a few who were out on missions or in seclusion, most of the people who knew about the news came. The 3 of them found a place to sit down, and the surrounding people began to discuss. Do you think Feng Xinglia will succeed in his challenge? The opponent is also a ruthless person with 9 consecutive victories. In my opinion, Feng Lai will definitely win. He was the new disciple king last year. He's terrifyingly talented. As the first disciple to enter the bronze rank in the last 2 batches, he must be very confident. I also think that Feng Xinglia will win. Didn't you see that Feng Xinglia had 9 consecutive battles yesterday? He won all 9 of them. His combat strength is terrifying. I don't think he has even used his full strength. 10 consecutive wins will definitely not be a problem. What I am more concerned about is whether Feng Xinglia will continue to challenge after he wins. Continue the challenge? Then I'll have to challenge the geniuses on the bronze rank. If that's the case, I'll have a good look today. Not only in this area, but the people around the bronze platform were also discussing this. Feng Xinglia was the first one to make it to the bronze rank, so he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Previously, the bronze ranking was filled with genius disciples who had joined the mystical sword sect 2 years ago. For example, Yao Tianyu had joined 2 years ago. Feng Xinglia is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Following that, the entire place fell silent. A young man in a yellow shirt was walking toward them from the northern entrance of the bronze platform. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but he was very young. He looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. With a long sword on his back, he slowly ascended the bronze platform. Then he stood there quietly. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up to the bronze platform. This middle-aged man was the elder in charge of managing and presiding over the bronze platform. He was also the judge. He would sort out the situation of the duels on the bronze platform and report it to the sect. Feng Xinglie, your opponent today is Sun Guang. Sun Guang, please come up the stage. The middle-aged judge announced loudly, his voice reverberating throughout the entire court. Buzz. As soon as the judge finished speaking, the sound of air being torn could be heard. A young man of about 18 or 19 years old leaped up a few times and moved as fast as lightning. He was much faster than Lu Ming when he used the dragon serpent steps at full force. He landed on the bronze platform in an instant, displaying his extremely brilliant movement technique. So fast. With this kind of movement technique, I wouldn't even be able to react in time if I were to fight him. Many people sighed. Sun Guang leaped onto the bronze platform and stood opposite Feng Xinglie. Feng Xinglie, I didn't expect it to be a battle between the two of us. That's good. As long as I defeat you, I will be able to enter the bronze rank. Although you were the new generation king a year ago and have extraordinary talent, you are still too young. It's still too early for you to fight me. Sun Guang laughed. Someone said the same thing yesterday, but he couldn't block my sword. Feng Xinglie's calm voice came out of his mouth. He seemed very confident. Sun Guang's face suddenly darkened. I believe that everyone is aware of the rules of the bronze platform. However, I would like to re-explain the rules here. On the bronze platform, one is responsible for one's own life and death. However, as long as one person admits defeat, the battle will end. The other person is not allowed to continue attacking. If one violates this rule, all results will be cancelled. Also, you can use any means except for pills and other drugs to increase your combat strength. Now, the battle begins. The middle-aged judge announced loudly and then stepped aside. Buzz. As soon as the judge finished speaking, Sun Guang's body flashed and he charged towards Feng Xinglie. He was even faster than when he was on the stage. Moon Shadow Light Splitting Sword, slash. When he was 10 meters away from Feng Xinglie, Sun Guang jumped up high and swung his sword. A dense, crescent-shaped sword chi slashed towards Feng Xinglie. What a powerful sword technique. This is definitely the 6th level of a yellow-grade upper-level martial arts technique. Someone near Lu Ming could not help but cheer. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly. He could tell that Sun Guang had not only cultivated the yellow-level upper-class sword technique to the 6th level, but his body technique was also at the 6th level of the yellow-level upper-class body technique. Furthermore, his cultivation was at the peak of the 9th grade master realm. With the addition of his bloodline, his combat strength could not be said to be weak. An existence that could obtain 9 consecutive victories was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 98, A New Genius on the Bronze List. Buzz. At this moment, Feng Xinglie moved. With a sword cry, he unsheathed his sword. Not many people clearly saw how he pulled out the sword. Most people only heard the sound of the sword, and then saw a white sword light flash in the air. Then, everyone saw the dense sword chi that Sun Guang had slashed out disappear without a trace. Then, Sun Guang grunted and his body flew far away, falling on the fighting ring. What was going on? Many people looked at each other, not knowing what had happened, because it had happened too quickly. Many people only saw Sun Guang launch an attack, and then saw a flash of sword light, and Sun Guang flew out. What was happening? Did Sun Guang lose? On the side, Pang Shi was tongue-tied. Hua Qi was also puzzled. That's right, Sun Guang lost. He was defeated by Feng Xinglie with one strike. Look at Sun Guang's chest, there's a wound. Lu Ming answered. The person beside Lu Ming quickly looked over. Indeed, he saw a deep sword wound on Sun Guang's chest. Blood was flowing out continuously. Others might not have seen it clearly, but Lu Ming saw it clearly. Just now, Feng Xinglie pulled out his sword and attacked. With one strike, he destroyed all of Sun Guang's attacks and left a wound on Sun Guang's chest. What a fast sword, and what a powerful attacks. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he was somewhat amazed. He concluded that the sword technique that Feng Xinglie used was definitely a black-grade martial skill. In the fighting ring, Sun Guang struggled to get up. His face was still filled with shock. He cupped his fists and said, "I've lost. Thank you for showing mercy, junior brother Feng." He knew that if Feng Xinglie didn't retract a part of his power, he would have been dead. "Thanks for letting me win." Feng Xinglie cupped his fists. Sun Guang did not say anything more. He turned around and left the fighting ring, disappearing without a trace. If he was defeated, his past achievements would be cancelled and he would have to accumulate them again. The middle-aged judge stepped forward and announced, "Feng Xinglie is the winner of this battle. He's on the bronze list." Following the referee's announcement, the entire venue erupted into an uproar. He did it. Feng Fenglai did it. As a new disciple in the last 2 years, he was the first one to make it to the bronze rank. He's the representative of all the new disciples in the last 2 years. Amazing! Feng Xinglie is so amazing. He has entered the bronze rank in less than 2 years. He is indeed the king of the new disciples. Other than him, the others who have entered the sect in the past 2 years will need at least half a year to enter the bronze rank. That's right, the previous new generation king, Feng Xinglie, is considered extremely powerful. Do you guys think he'll continue to challenge? I really hope he continues to challenge. Did you see that more than half of the geniuses ranked below 30th on the bronze rank are here? Gasps of admiration could be heard all around. Pang Shi, who was standing beside Lu Ming, was also very excited. One day, I'll also be on the bronze list. Hua Qi clenched his fists and said confidently, "Love struck full, I believe you can do it. Both you and senior brother Lu will be fine. I don't know if I will have a chance in this life." Pang Shi said longingly. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Big Rock, you're working so hard. You can definitely do it." When Pang Shi had first joined the sect, he had been in the 9th grade warrior realm. After half a year of cultivation, he had broken through to the peak of the 1st grade master realm. Although his cultivation speed was not fast, he took it one step at a time and his foundation was very solid. Feng Xinglie, you are now ranked 57th on the bronze list. You are qualified to challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. Do you still want to challenge them? The middle-aged judge asked. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Feng Xinglie. They were all very curious. Would he continue to challenge? Feng Xinglie didn't reply. He seemed to be thinking. Who do you think Feng Xinglie will challenge if he continues? It's hard to say, but he'll definitely challenge those who are ranked 45th and above on the bronze rank, because they're in the same class. That's right. If he wants to fight today, he can only challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. Look, Duanmu who is ranked 55th, Yao Tianyu who is ranked 51st, Yen Su who is ranked 50th, and Ji Dong who is ranked 48th are all here. He is most likely to challenge them. Sounds of discussion and speculation rang out in the surroundings. Yao Tianyu. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He followed the others' gazes and saw Yao Tianyu on the eastern grandstand. Yao Tianyu crossed his arms and sat there calmly. Beside him, there were more than a dozen minions. He Tai, the red-robed youth, and the others were all familiar faces. Senior brother Yao, do you think Feng Xinglie will challenge you? A young man asked. I don't know. Yao Tianyu replied indifferently. Then, if Feng Xinglie challenges you, are you confident? The young man asked again. Although Feng Xinglie's sword of essence restoring is powerful, it's not enough to challenge me. Yao Tianyu replied confidently. That's for sure. How can this Feng Xinglie be a match for senior brother Yao? If he overestimates himself and challenges senior brother Yao, he's just looking for trouble. The red-robed young man immediately began to flatter him. Yao Tianyu smiled as he looked down at the fighting ring. On the fighting ring, Feng Xinglie pondered for a while and replied, "I choose to continue the challenge." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the hall exploded. Everyone stared at Feng Xinglie, waiting to see who he would challenge. Feng Xinglie's eyes scanned the stands and then landed on the west side. "Duan Mu, come down and fight," Feng Xinglie said loudly. On the west side of the stands, a burly young man stood up with a gloomy expression. "Feng Xinglie, are you sure you want to challenge me?" "Of course," Feng Xinglie said. "Ah, good. Feng Xinglie, I will make you regret your choice." Duan Mu laughed in anger. It was not a glorious thing to be challenged by someone who had just entered the bronze rank. On the contrary, it was an embarrassing thing. It was simple. Being challenged meant that you were weak and looked down on. Bzzz. Duan Mu jumped down from the stands. With a few leaps, he crossed a distance of more than 100 meters and arrived on the fighting ring. The speed of his movement technique was no weaker than Sun Guang's. The two of them stood facing each other. "I didn't expect Feng Xinglie to challenge Duan Mu. This is going to be interesting," said an old disciple in his 20s not far from Lu Ming. "Oh, how is it interesting?" the others asked. Even Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and the others looked at him. The senior disciple felt proud that he had attracted so many people all of a sudden. Letting out a dry cough, he said, "You guys should have seen it just now. Feng Xinglie's sword technique is extremely fast, and the power that burst out in an instant is extremely powerful. This sword technique is a black-grade low-level martial skill, origin sword. This sword technique is extremely powerful, but it has a weakness. It consumes a lot of true qi. If I can't defeat the enemy with one strike, I'll be in danger." Lu Ming nodded in his heart. This sort of returning to origin was quite similar to the explosion of the fire gun techniques. Chapter 99. My battle has only just begun. The senior disciple continued to explain, however, the martial skill that Duan Mu practices is the exact opposite of Feng Xinglie's. Duan Mu practices a defensive black-grade low-level martial skill, Heavenly Tiger Body Protection Technique. One is for defense and the other is for attack. Isn't this very interesting? Everyone came to a realization. Feng Xinglie and Duan Mu were like a spear and a shield. They were the exact opposite. This battle would determine whether Feng Xinglie's spear attack was stronger or Duan Mu whose shield defense was stronger. Whoever was stronger would win. This situation was not only happening here, it was happening everywhere. Many senior disciples had been in the sect for 5 to 8 years. Their cultivation might not be high, but they had sharp eyes and knew a lot of information. Many people were even more interested now that they knew the martial techniques that the two were good at. "Now, let the battle begin," the judge announced and retreated to the side. Boom! Boom! Instantly, Feng Xinglie and Duan Mu whose bodies exploded with powerful auras. Their auras collided in the air. At this moment, Feng Xinglie moved. He unsheathed his long sword and the sword light was like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through the air and stabbed towards Duan Mu. One sword of essence restoring. This sword was even stronger than the previous one. That was because Feng Xinglie had activated his bloodline. 6 chakras meant a level 6 bloodline. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen a martial artist with level 6 blood meridian. This sword was extremely stunning. Everyone's eyes could not help but stare at it. Boom! Duan Mu took a heavy step forward, followed by a tiger's roar. Around his body, 2 fierce tigers condensed from genuine qi appeared. The 2 ferocious tigers leaped and roared around Duan Mu's body, surrounding him so tightly that not even water could escape. "Feng Xinglie, let's see how you're going to break my defense," Duan Mu roared. In an instant, Feng Xinglie's long sword pierced through Duan Mu. Roar! The 2 tigers roared and blocked Duan Mu's way, clashing with Feng Xinglie's sword. The point where the long sword and the fierce tiger met glowed with a piercing light. However, everyone was staring at the fighting ring and did not dare to look away, for fear of missing the exciting moment. This was definitely a battle that could be decided in one move. If Feng Fenglai could break through Duanmu's defense, then Feng Fenglai would definitely win. On the other hand, Duanmu who would win? Would Feng Xinglia be able to break through Duanmu's defense? Boom! All of a sudden, a loud boom could be heard as Feng Xinglia and Duanmu crossed each other. Who won? Bang! Suddenly, Duanmu's body fell to his knees and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone could see that there was a deep gash on his chest, just like Sun Guang's. I've lost. Duanmu stood up and left without looking back. Duanmu was defeated, and the whole place was in an uproar. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Although it was only one move, it was the peak confrontation of attack and defense. Not bad, today's trip was not in vain. Do you guys think Feng Xinglia will continue to challenge? I don't think so. His bloodline has exploded. It's hard for him to recover in a short time. That's true. At the same time, the judge on the fighting ring announced Feng Xinglia's victory. Under the admiring and envious gazes of the audience, Feng Xinglia slowly walked down the fighting ring. Amazing, that's amazing. Senior brother Lu Ming, love-struck fool, let's go back. I must work harder in my cultivation and strive to be on the bronze ranking in the future. Pang Shi said with determination. Go back? The battle isn't over yet, why should we go back? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The battle isn't over yet? Beside Lu Ming, Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and the others were all stunned. Wasn't the duel over? Lu Ming had not finished yet. Feng Xinglia's battle has ended, but mine has just begun. Lu Ming smiled, then got up and leaped down from the fighting ring. In a few breaths, Lu Ming floated up to the bronze platform. Lu, what is senior brother Lu Ming doing? Pang Shi said in a daze. The others were also stunned. It seems that Lu Ming wants to challenge the bronze platform today. At this moment, Hua Qi's eyes were extremely bright and shining. At the same time, he was also slightly shocked. What? Senior brother Lu Ming wants to challenge the bronze platform? Pang Shi was extremely shocked. The other people nearby were also shocked. The disciples of the 4 courtyards around the bronze platform were ready to leave the arena. They were all stunned when they saw a figure suddenly fly up the platform. Who is that? What are you doing on the bronze platform now? Wasn't that Lu Ming? This year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. So he is Lu Ming. What does he want to do? Is he going to challenge the bronze platform? That's impossible, right? Even if he's the newcomer king, he's only this year's newcomer king. It's still too early for him to challenge the bronze stage. Not bad. There was a burst of discussion in the surroundings, but those who had wanted to leave sat back down. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged judge, who was about to leave, and Feng Xinglia, who had already walked to the edge of the fighting ring, both stopped. Lu Ming, what do you want to do on stage? The middle-aged judge asked with a smile. Elder, Lu Ming requests to challenge the bronze platform. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. As soon as he said that, the crowd instantly boiled over. Whoa, you really want to challenge the bronze platform? He's too arrogant and too anxious. Lu Ming is only the newcomer king this year and he wants to challenge the bronze platform? You're too anxious. He's just a kid. From what I can see, he's just envious of Feng Xinglia's consecutive victories. That's why he's charging at Feng Xinglia. There's almost no chance of him winning if he challenges Feng Xinglia now. That's not necessarily true. I heard that 3 months ago, during the battle when he demolished the Star Moon Tower, he revealed that his combat strength was not weaker than a 9th-grade Master Realm martial artist. So what? What was the use of a 9th-grade master on the bronze platform? Which of the people on the bronze platform had combat strength lower than 9th-grade Master Realm? I acknowledge Lu Ming's talent. However, he just joined the sect this year. In another year, I don't deny that he will be able to enter the bronze rank like Feng Fenglai. But now, it's almost impossible. Cultivation isn't enough to challenge the bronze platform. Cultivation can be improved quickly if you have some natural treasures, but martial arts and secret skills take time to comprehend. Those on the bronze list who can cultivate profound level martial arts techniques are all talented and spend a lot of time to comprehend them. Maybe he just wants to win a few more times before he stops. You'll stop after a few consecutive wins? He's the newcomer king, not an ordinary disciple. If he's going to give up after winning a few rounds, then he'd rather not go up the stage. That would be even more embarrassing. That's true. There was a clamor at the scene, but the discussion was almost one-sided. Everyone felt that Lu Ming was too impulsive and should not challenge now. He should lie low like Feng Xinglie and wait for his combat strength to reach a certain level before he exploded and shocked the world. In the southern stands, Pang Shi and the others were still in a daze. How many consecutive wins do you think senior brother Lu Ming can achieve? Can you get on the bronze list? Pang Shi asked in a daze. Lu Ming, I really can't see through him anymore. However, he's not an impulsive person. Since he went up, he must have some confidence. Hua Qi said. Even though he said this, shock still remained in Hua Qi's eyes. That's true. I also believe in senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi scratched his head. Nearby, the others heard this and looked at them with disdain. They felt that the two of them were too blind. Chapter 100. Chapter 100 settled with one sword. On the East Grandstand. Lu Ming, it's that little bastard Lu Ming. He's really overestimating himself. He really came to challenge the bronze platform. The red-robed youth beside Yao Tianyu shouted. He is indeed overestimating himself, but it's just as well. We can send people to kill him. Senior brother Yao, what do you think? The other young man said coldly, then looked at Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu looked at Lu Ming on the platform and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sure. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming had come up to the bronze platform on his own, he would not let this opportunity go. In the stands in other directions, some geniuses on the bronze ranking also looked at Lu Ming with curious expressions. On the bronze platform. Lu Ming, are you really going to challenge the bronze platform? The middle-aged judge asked in surprise. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded again. All right, since you've decided, I won't stop you. Let the challenge begin. The middle-aged judge announced in a straightforward manner. At the side of the fighting ring, Feng Xinglie cast a curious glance at Lu Ming. His eyes glimmered and he flew to the northern stands to watch with great interest. At this moment, the judge had already made the announcement and the entire venue quieted down instead. Everyone began to watch seriously. The last newcomer king had just made it to the bronze rank, and now this year's newcomer king was challenging him again. It was really interesting. This had never happened before in the history of the mystical sword sect. How far could Lu Ming go? Many people were curious. Who wants to fight me first? Lu Ming looked around and said in a clear voice. The first 5 matches on the bronze stage were more casual, and anyone could go up and challenge them. However, after 5 rounds, it would be necessary for people with the same winning streak to fight each other. Otherwise, it would not be able to show their strength at all. The people below the 9th grade master realm fell silent. Although they felt that Lu Ming could not win more than a few rounds, Lu Ming's abilities were still there. A few months ago, he already had the combat strength of a 9th grade master. I'll fight you. A figure quickly jumped onto the fighting ring. It's Duanmu Jinming from the White Tiger Hall. It said that his cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the 9th grade master realm. As soon as this person went up the stage, there were cries around him. Duanmu Jinming was in his 20s. His face was pale and his eyes were malicious. He stared at Lu Ming and sneered. Lu Ming, you really don't know how to hold back. You actually came to challenge the bronze platform now. Ha, I'll make you stop in the first round. The newcomer king is going to challenge the bronze platform and stop in the first round. This will definitely create a record in the mystical sword sect and will be remembered for centuries. Duanmu Jinming's tone was filled with mockery and mockery. Your Duanmu family is indeed the first to come. However, I've discovered that your Duanmu family has a common trait. You have no skills at all, but you're very good at boasting. Lu Ming said indifferently. The Duanmu family members were furious. Damn it, how dare you look down on my Duanmu family? Duanmu Jinming, cripple him. Let him know the power of the Duanmu family. Cripple him. Duanmu Jinming's eyes were also extremely gloomy. He said coldly, Lu Ming, you'll pay a painful price for what you said. Duanmu Jinming unsheathed his long sword, and a white sword light shot out from it. It was extremely sharp. Lu Ming waved his hand and a huge sword that was as wide as a palm and 1.5 meters long appeared in his hand. Zheng had left this great sword behind. There was no need to use the fire-patterned gun to deal with such a small fry. Moreover, Lu Ming wanted to test if he could exert the power of the lustrous sword technique with such a huge sword after his physical body had improved. Alright, I don't need to say more about the rules. Let the battle begin. The middle-aged judge announced. Hurry up, I don't have that much time. There are still more than 10 matches to go. Lu Ming said calmly. His tone was full of disdain, as if he didn't take Duanmu Jinming seriously at all. He even said that there were more than 10 matches to go, as if he could really win 10 times in a row. Nest, you're really arrogant. That's right. He's too arrogant. However, the more arrogant he is, the more embarrassed he will be when he is defeated later. The surroundings were filled with discussions. Damn it, I'll cripple you. Duanmu Jinming roared in anger. He moved and continued to charge toward Lu Ming. Fierce tiger sword technique. Duanmu Jinming let out a long howl and swung his combat sword. The illusionary image of a ferocious tiger could be vaguely seen on the combat sword. It was extremely ferocious as it slashed toward Lu Ming. A middle 9th grade Master Realm cultivator only has this much strength? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly and he swung his sword. This strike was very direct. It was not a sword technique, but a casual slash. It was completely a brute force slash. Clang! This sword directly hit Duanmu Jinming's combat sword. Then, everyone saw that Duanmu Jinming's combat sword was bent and deformed, and the blade heavily hit Duanmu Jinming's own chest. Duanmu Jinming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Boom! With a loud boom, Duanmu Jinming's body flew backward like a cannonball. He flew more than 20 meters and then slid more than 10 meters on the fighting ring before falling off. The entire place suddenly fell into a deathly silence, and the atmosphere seemed to have frozen at this moment. Many people were even loudly criticizing Lu Ming's arrogant words. However, at this moment, their expressions froze. One sword. He had only used one sword. It was an ordinary sword, but Duanmu Jinming had been blown out of the fighting ring. Wasn't he too strong? Wasn't the difference too great? Alright, senior brother Lu Ming is the best. Pang Shi reacted and shouted in excitement. At this moment, the others also reacted. Isn't he too powerful? Finishing Duanmu Jinming with one move? Indeed. It seems like I've underestimated Lu Ming. In my opinion, Lu Ming should be at the late stage of the 9th grade Master Realm, or even the peak of the 9th grade Master Realm. With this strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to win 5 times in a row. The newcomer king is the newcomer king. We've underestimated him. Many people's faces turned grave. Those who had belittled Lu Ming earlier felt their faces turn red. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and fight? Lu Ming did not even look at Duanmu Jinming, who had just left the fighting ring. He continued to look around. I'll do it. Then, a young man jumped onto the fighting ring. Junior brother Lu Ming, please guide me along. The young man was at the late 9th grade Master Realm, but he did not dare to look down on Lu Ming anymore. He cupped his fists and said politely, Sure, please. Lu Ming said with a smile. Boom! This young man was using an iron rod, and when he waved it, it whistled through the air with extraordinary power. Lu Ming was slightly more polite to this young man. He used 10 moves before he blasted him off the fighting ring. 2 consecutive wins. Chapter 101. Chapter 101 Sweeping all the way. On the eastern stands, Yao Tianyu's face darkened. The rest of the people's faces were also extremely ugly. Damn it. Lu Ming's cultivation has improved so much in just a few months. Senior brother Yao, you must kill him. Otherwise, he might really make it to the bronze rank after some time. The red-robed young man said. Why don't we let Jiang Hao go? A young man suggested. Yao Tianyu nodded and instructed. Jiang Hao, you go up. Don't hold back. Don't give Lu Ming a chance to admit defeat. On the side, a thin youth laughed coldly and said, Senior brother Yao, don't worry. I won't give him the chance to say the word, I admit defeat. Then, like a ghost, his body flickered a few times and appeared on the fighting ring. Isn't this Jiang Hao? Jiang Hao from the Azure Dragon Hall. Yes, that's him. Why did he make a move? Lu Ming is in danger. A year ago, Jiang Hao had achieved 5 consecutive victories. However, for some reason he has not participated in the Bronze Platform Challenge this year. Hence, his results were automatically cancelled. However, his ability is definitely above 5 consecutive victories. It seems like Yao Tianyu has made a move. Lu Ming has once offended Yao Tianyu. Let's see how Lu Ming will deal with this. As soon as Jiang Hao went on stage, there was a heated discussion. Did Yao Tianyu ask you to come up? Lu Ming looked at Jiang Hao. Just now, he had seen Jiang Hao's figure beside Yao Tianyu. Lu Ming, I wasn't around when we were at the Star Moon Tower the last time. Otherwise, you would have been a corpse by now. But it's not too late now. If you want to admit defeat, do it now. Wait a moment. I won't give you any chance. Jiang Hao laughed coldly. This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Lu Ming said indifferently. At that moment, the judge announced the start of the match. Buzz. As soon as the judge finished speaking, Jiang Hao's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already more than 20 meters away. Then, in a flash, he was in front of Lu Ming. His figure was as fast as a ghost. Buzz. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly drew a long sword from his waist. This was a soft sword, one wrapped around Jiang Hao's waist. At this moment, it was suddenly pulled out, making it impossible to guard against. In addition, Jiang Hao's movement technique was extremely fast. He was like an assassin walking in the dark. Generally, even if one's cultivation was higher than his, they would still fall for his tricks. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not an ordinary person. Ultimate Flowing Light. Lu Ming used the huge sword to perform the fastest move of the lustrous sword technique. In the past, he had used a thin sword to perform the lustrous sword technique, and the sword whistle was sharp and dense. Now, he used a giant sword. The speed was equally fast, but the sword whistle was like thunder. Poochie! A head flew high into the air and then rolled down the fighting ring, leaving a headless corpse on the fighting ring. Blood splattered everywhere. One move after another, Jiang Hao, who had won 5 consecutive victories, was killed on the fighting ring. This time, even some geniuses on the bronze list looked serious. What a fast swordsmanship, and what powerful strength. This Lu Ming swordsmanship cultivation is actually average. However, his explosive power is too strong, causing the speed of his swordsmanship to increase by a large margin. He killed Jiang Hao with a single slash. Could he have cultivated the body-tempering Dao? The geniuses on the bronze list murmured to themselves ears. Lu Ming wins. The middle-aged judge announced. Then, he called for people to clean up the fighting ring and carry Jiang Hao's body away. Bang! On the eastern stands, Yao Tianyu slammed the armrest of his seat. True energy gushed out and shattered the armrest. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ming should have cultivated the body-tempering path. Tai said. That's right. He must have cultivated the body-tempering path. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such explosive power. However, he didn't cultivate the body-tempering path last time. In just 3 months, his body can't be that strong. Tai, if Lu Ming wins 8 matches in a row, go up and finish him off. Yao Tianyu ordered. Tai nodded. At this moment, Lu Ming cast his gaze toward the east grandstand. Yao Tianyu, why did you send your men to their deaths? Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Lu Ming said in a clear voice. Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. Everyone's gaze shifted from Lu Ming to Yao Tianyu. They could not help but recall the grudge between Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu more than 3 months ago. This is getting interesting. Many people revealed looks of anticipation. This year's newcomer king was too domineering. He actually dared to speak to Yao Tianyu like that. Who knew what the consequences would be? Haha. Yao Tianyu laughed out of anger, the killing intent in his eyes unconcealed. He sneered, Lu Ming, I really hope that you can win 10 matches in a row and challenge me on the bronze rank. Then, I'll let you know what despair is. Yao Tianyu, you and your dog are really the same. Just now, Jiang Hao told me to admit defeat as soon as possible, otherwise I wouldn't have a chance. In the end, the facts have proven that he is just a useless person with a mouth full of nonsense. Now you are the same. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming, let's see who's the one spouting nonsense. Yao Tianyu snorted coldly. His face darkened, but he did not say anything more. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked around. Now, who is going to fight me? The scene fell silent. They looked at each other, and for a moment, no one went up. Lu Ming's combat strength was also revealed just now. Jiang Hao was killed by a single sword. He definitely had the strength to win 7 or even 8 times in a row. Who would go up and look for a beating? After a long while, a young man jumped onto the fighting ring. However, the young man was very polite. He cupped his fists and said, Junior brother Lu Ming is a dragon among men. I know that I'm no match for you, but I can't help but want to spar with you. I hope that you'll show mercy. As the saying went, one should not slap a smiling face. Since he was being polite, Lu Ming smiled and said, You're welcome. Let's have a spar then. The young man was not weak either. After the start of the competition, Lu Ming deliberately went easy on him. After exchanging more than 10 moves with him, the young man admitted defeat. Following that, there were no obstacles at all. 5 wins, 6 wins, 7 wins. In the end, he won 8 times in a row. The people behind him had no grudges with Lu Ming and were very polite to him. Therefore, Lu Ming did not unleash much of his strength and only won by a slight advantage. In particular, in the 8th battle, he fought against a young expert who had won 7 times in a row. Lu Ming even suppressed his cultivation and exchanged more than 30 moves with him before he won by a slight margin. This made many people think that Lu Ming's combat strength should be around 8 consecutive wins. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If he did not do this, how could he catch a big fish? He Tai, I have a rough idea of Lu Ming's abilities. You can make your move. Yao Tianyu ordered. Don't worry, senior brother Yao. I'll break all the bones in his body. He Tai smiled cruelly and went up the fighting ring. Chapter 102, Fighting He Tai empty-handed. He Tai has made his move. It's really him. This is going to be interesting. He Tai's body is extremely tough and his close combat ability is extremely strong. Lu Ming seems to have cultivated the body tempering path as well. Between the two of them, who do you think will win? It's hard to say. It's been a few months since He Tai won 8 consecutive victories. He must be stronger now. However, Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king, has risen too quickly. It's really shocking. No one knows if he has any trump cards. Therefore, it's hard to say for sure what will happen in this battle. I didn't come here in vain. Everyone was staring at the fighting ring with great interest. Lu Ming had exceeded everyone's expectations. He was just a new disciple this year, but he had won 8 consecutive battles. As long as he won 2 more matches, he would be able to enter the bronze ranking. This was a rare sight in the history of the mystical sword sect. What everyone was concerned about was whether he could win or not. Would He Tai be able to stop him? On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and He Tai stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, you were saved by Mulan last time. Let's see who can save you this time. He Tai revealed a cruel smile. Lu Ming touched his forehead speechlessly and said, "Look, here you go again. I said birds of a feather flock together. Did Yao Tianyu teach you this? Let me teach you. It's the right of the strong to say such words. The weak have no right to say such things." Ha! There was a burst of laughter from the surroundings. Lu Ming's words were obviously mocking Yao Tianyu. This was too interesting. You'll soon understand who's the strong one. He Tai's expression was extremely dark as he spoke. Oh really? What you're good at is nothing more than your body and your fists. Then I'll use my fists to compete with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and the giant's sword disappeared. He was facing He Tai with his bare hands. This action caused the scene to fall into a clamor again. What? Lu Ming isn't using any weapons. He wants to fight He Tai with his fists? That's not wise. That's not wise. Lu Ming has underestimated his enemy. Isn't he using his own weakness against the enemy's strength? He's still young, so he's still too careless. I don't think so. Lu Ming doesn't seem like an unwise person. On the East Grandstand. Lu Ming is really courting death. I didn't expect him to be so stupid to compete with He Tai in fist combat. Stupid, I thought he was a big shot. Beside Yao Tianyu, the red-robed young man and the others laughed mockingly. Yao Tianyu's eyes flickered, and his brows furrowed slightly, but he did not say anything. On the fighting ring, He Tai was ecstatic when he saw that Lu Ming had put away his sword. He shouted, "Lu Ming, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word later." Initially, he was only 60 to 70% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. However, now that Lu Ming had abandoned his combat sword, he immediately felt that he had 100% confidence that he could kill Lu Ming. How could he not be happy? Lu Ming, this was the typical rhythm of seeking death. Don't worry. I, Lu Ming, never go back on my word. But don't admit defeat later. Lu Ming said with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Don't worry. If I admit defeat today, I'll roll down from here. He Tai said immediately, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his words. However, in the stands, Yao Tianyu's brows furrowed even more. He did not know why, but when he saw Lu Ming's calm and composed expression, the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. The judge announced the start of the match. Take this. He Tai roared, his muscles bulging. There was a layer of faint black light on his skin, making his muscles look like pieces of black iron. He Tai looked like a steel monster. Bang! Bang! He Tai strode forward, each step covering a distance of 10 meters. Every step he took on the fighting ring made a violent boom. Within a few breaths, He Tai was in front of Lu Ming. His huge fist was aimed at Lu Ming's head, and a cold smile hung on his face. At this moment, Lu Ming threw a punch at He Tai's fist. Boom! Their fists collided with each other, creating a loud boom. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they stared at the two of them. Can Lu Ming withstand it? However, they immediately knew the answer. A muscular figure was forced back 5 to 6 steps before he could stabilize himself. The figure was He Tai, while Lu Ming's body did not even shake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps of shock could be heard. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Almost everyone's mouths were wide open, big enough to stuff a duck egg in. Their eyes were so wide that they almost burst. This was too unbelievable. Lu Ming had abandoned his weapon and used his fist against He Tai's fist. He had actually forced He Tai to retreat 5 to 6 steps with one punch. Could it be that Lu Ming also cultivated fist techniques? Could it be that Lu Ming's physical body was stronger than He Tai's? However, that was impossible. He had never heard of Lu Ming cultivating the path of body tempering. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a sorry state more than 3 months ago. However, how could his physical body be cultivated to such a level in just over 3 months? Unless they had obtained some heavenly treasure. Arg! Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. He Tai was knocked back by Lu Ming's punch. Looking at the shocked gazes around him, He felt extremely humiliated and hated Lu Ming to the core. He let out an angry roar, put his hands on his waist, and put on a pair of metal boxing gloves. Then he rushed toward Lu Ming. In the process of charging out, his bloodline burst out. The level 4 giant bear bloodline had increased his strength by another 40%. Then I'll play with you. The corners of Lu Ming's lips had been curled into an apathetic smile the entire time. With a single thought, his strength increased by a few points and he threw a punch at He Tai, using his bare hands against He Tai's spirit weapon gloves. Boom! Their fists collided for the second time. An even more violent explosion was heard. Then a powerful force burst out from the place where the two fists hit. The force was like a gale, sweeping in all directions. Some of the disciples who were closer were almost swept up by the wind. Be careful. It was noisy. The disciples all used their cultivation to block the wind. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and He Tai's bodies swayed slightly. They were equally matched. He blocked it. Lu Ming blocked it again. Unbelievable. Lu Ming didn't even activate his blood meridian and he's empty-handed, while He Tai has already activated his blood meridian and is wearing a spirit weapon glove. He's too powerful. Lu Ming is too powerful. As long as he can hold on for 2 minutes and wait for He Tai's blood meridian power to be exhausted, he'll definitely win. Not bad, let's do it again. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Violent bear fist, go to hell. He Tai roared and punched out again. The shock in his heart was stronger than anyone else's. He knew that he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be defeated in 2 minutes. He Tai exploded with all his strength. Boom! Lu Ming threw another punch. This time, he used another portion of his strength. In the end, He Tai-chan staggered backward. Chapter 103, 10 Consecutive Wins. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th grade master realm. In addition to the power of the true war dragon technique, his true chi cultivation had already surpassed that of a peak 9th grade master. On the other hand, Lu Ming's physical body had reached lower tier rank 2, while He Tai's was only at complete rank 1. Lu Ming had surpassed He Tai in both aspects. Therefore, Lu Ming did not even use his full strength and he could easily suppress He Tai. He Tai, with your strength, you still have the nerve to call yourself an expert? I've said it before, you and Jiang Hao are no different. Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing He Tai to roar even more furiously. He charged at Lu Ming with all his might. I'm done playing with you, it's almost time to end. Lu Ming said softly and then increased his strength by a few points. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming kept casting the flame dragon fist. His fists were wrapped in a ball of red essential chi. With every punch, a faint dragon's roar could be heard. He Tai could not block it at all, and his figure kept retreating. After a dozen or so punches, He Tai felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He Tai was going to be defeated. Everyone in the audience watched this scene in silence. They knew that He Tai's defeat was already set in stone and there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Bang! Bang! After a few more punches, He Tai's body trembled continuously and blood flowed out of his body. At this moment he really wanted to admit defeat, but when he thought of what he had just said, he forced himself to swallow the words, admit defeats. Lu Ming sneered and suddenly added another force. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking came from He Tai's arm as he retreated. Lu Ming rushed forward and punched He Tai in the stomach. He Tai let out a blood-curdling screech as his sturdy body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to He Tai's side. He looked down at He Tai and smiled faintly. Did you just say that you want to break my bone armor? I'm not. No, there's no such thing as Zhang. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. He Tai looked at Lu Ming's cold gaze and felt a chill in his heart. He was so shocked that he quickly shouted, I admit defeat. He knew that if he did not admit defeat, Lu Ming would really break his bones. Oh, he admitted defeat? Then get off the stage, you said it yourself, if you break the contract, I don't mind breaking it too. Lu Ming sneered. He Tai's expression was extremely unsightly. He had indeed said that if he admitted defeat, he would roll down the fighting ring. But at that time, he thought that he would definitely win. He had never thought that he would lose, so he said that. Now that he had really lost, how could he tell him to get out of the fighting stage in front of so many people? However, if he did not do it, Lu Ming could totally use this as an excuse to continue attacking him. Lu Ming, don't go too far. It's better to leave some room for others. In the stands, Yao Tianyu stood up and said coldly, "Leave a way out? Yao Tianyu, why haven't I seen you show mercy in the past? Now, your people are lying at my feet like dogs, and I'm standing up and saying that you should leave a way out. What kind of bullshit logic are you talking about?" Lu Ming glanced at Yao Tianyu and shouted. Yao Tianyu's face instantly turned extremely ugly and gloomy. "Yao Tianyu, you don't have to waste your breath. It's your turn soon." After Lu Ming finished speaking, he turned his gaze away from Yao Tianyu and continued to look at He Tai. "Are you going to get lost or not? If you don't, I'll personally make you get lost." After saying that, he raised his foot and was about to step on He Tai. The middle-aged judge didn't say a word during the process. He had to uphold any agreement made on the fighting stage. Wait, I'll get lost. I'll get lost." He Tai suddenly shouted. Compared to having all the bones in his body broken by Lu Ming, he ultimately chose to roll. Immediately, he rolled around on the fighting ring in humiliation. His movements were clumsy and ridiculous. He rolled dozens of times before falling off the fighting ring with a plop. Everyone present was dumbfounded. After a long while, they burst into laughter. He Tai's face was completely red, and he was so embarrassed that he could no longer stay there. He ran out of the bronze platform. After today, He Tai would become a laughingstock. On the grandstand, Yao Tianyu's killing intent was so thick that it could not be dispersed. He Tai was his man. If He Tai lost face, he would lose face as well. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human." Yao Tianyu roared in his heart, his killing intent incomparably sharp. At that moment, the judge announced that Lu Ming had won 9 consecutive wins. Lu Ming had already achieved 9 consecutive wins and was only 1 step away from 10 consecutive wins. Countless people revealed looks of anticipation. In the history of the mystical sword sect, there were not many people who could enter the bronze ranking in their first year. In the past 10 years, there was only one. He was one of the gold disciples of the mystical sword sect, the strongest among all the disciples, one of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji was a true peerless genius. Could Lu Ming achieve that? In the next round, Lu Ming will be fighting against an expert with 9 consecutive wins. Who among you with 9 consecutive wins will come up for a fight? The middle-aged judge announced. For a long time, no one spoke. 9 consecutive wins was only 1 match away from 10 consecutive wins. Of course, he had to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain if he lost. Lu Ming's abilities were unfathomable. The disciples who had won 9 times in a row would not go up easily if they were not confident. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one came forward, the judge said, "All right, since no one has taken the initiative to come up, I'll draw lots. Whoever I draw will have to come up." This was also one of the rules of the bronze platform, which was to force people to fight. Otherwise, if some people were too strong to fight, they wouldn't be able to enter the bronze ranking. After the judge finished speaking, someone immediately went up the stage and handed him a box. Inside the box were the names of all the disciples who had won 9 consecutive victories. The judge fumbled around randomly. After a while, he took out a bamboo stick with a name on it. "Wu Hao, you go up and fight." The judge's voice echoed throughout the entire arena. On the west side of the stands, a young man stood up with a helpless look on his face. Since he had been chosen, he could only fight. With a few leaps, Wu Hao reached the fighting ring. "Junior brother Lu, please." Wu Hao cupped his his expression extremely solemn. Lu Ming could easily suppress He Tai, and this made him feel very pressured. "Please," Lu Ming said. When the judge announced the start of the match, the two of them began to fight. For Wu Hao to be able to obtain 9 consecutive wins, he naturally had real ability. His movement technique and sword technique were both of the upper yellow level, and he had already cultivated them to the 6th level. His talent could not be said to be lacking. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lu Ming and was destined to lose. Lu Ming did not use his full strength. He used the huge sword in his hand to display the lustrous sword technique. He fought with Wu Hao for dozens of moves before he defeated him. 10 consecutive wins. After defeating Wu Hao, it meant 10 consecutive wins. 10 consecutive wins meant that one would be on the bronze list. The crowd was boiling. Chapter 104, Get Down Here. The entire bronze platform was in an uproar. Lu Ming had really made it onto the bronze ranking. Today, 2 new students had made it to the bronze rank. One was from the previous batch, and the other was from this batch. This had never happened in the history of the mystical sword sect. Many people cheered that they had not come in vain. They had come today to see if Feng Xinglie could make it onto the bronze rank. In the end, Feng Xinglie lived up to expectations and successfully made it onto the bronze rank. He even defeated Duanmu who was ranked 55th. Originally, they had thought that it would end like this. However, the truth was that it had not ended. It was because Lu Ming had stepped onto the fighting ring. In the beginning, no one was optimistic about Lu Ming's chances. They thought that Lu Ming had stepped onto the fighting ring on impulse after seeing Feng Xinglie's glory. However, it turned out that they were all wrong. Lu Ming had displayed his superb combat abilities and swept through the crowd. He had made it to the bronze rank directly, shocking everyone. Many of them had said with certainty that Lu Ming was arrogant, overconfident, and that it was impossible for him to succeed. Now they had been slapped in the face by the facts. However, they did not care anymore. They were all excitedly releasing the excitement in their hearts. Whoa, this is too strong. He managed to enter the bronze ranking in his first year. In the past 10 years, only senior brother Feng Wuji has managed to do it. Who is senior brother Feng Wuji? He's a peerless genius, one of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun sect. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to do it. Could he be a genius on the same level as senior brother Feng Wuji? That's not necessarily true. Some people are powerful in the early stages but may not have such strong potential in the later stages. However, Lu Ming's current performance is indeed very strong. Actually, other than senior brother Feng Wuji, Duanmu Lin from the White Tiger Hall can do it as well. However, his bloodline was awakened too early and he was promoted to a Esilavir disciple. That's why he didn't try for the bronze rank. Oh, I've heard of this before. As the newcomer king this year, Lu Ming had won 10 consecutive matches. Many disciples had already begun to compare him with the strongest geniuses in the past. Senior brother Lu Ming is mighty. He's invincible. In the southern grandstand, Pang Shi roared excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. Brother, do you know senior brother Lu Ming? Someone nearby asked Pang Shi. When he addressed Lu Ming, he had already added the word senior brother. Of course. Senior brother Lu Ming and I live in the same courtyard. We're roommates. Pang Shi said proudly. He's actually senior brother Lu Ming's roommate? Junior brother Pang, if there's a chance in the future, please introduce us to senior brother Lu Ming. The other disciples said immediately. In the mystical sword sect, many things would be much easier if he had a backer. Lu Ming, a disciple who had just joined the sect this year, had displayed shocking talent. Given time, no one knew what level he would reach. Many smart people were already thinking of ways to get closer to Lu Ming. Haha, I can try, but I can't guarantee that senior Lu Ming won't have the time. Pang Shi said as he touched his head. That's for sure. The others chimed in. Beside Pang Shi, Hua Qi's eyes were also filled with shock. At the same time, there was also a deep admiration. The geniuses on the bronze ranking all had different expressions on their faces. For example, Yen Su, who was ranked 50th, and Jidong, who was ranked 48th, both had extremely serious expressions. On the other hand, Feng Xinglia's eyes were glistening as he looked at Lu Ming with surprise and admiration, as well as a strong desire to fight. As for Yao Tianyu, his face was extremely gloomy, and at the same time, killing intent flashed in his eyes. As for the geniuses who were ranked higher on the bronze list, their eyes lit up. No one knew what they were thinking. Do you think Lu Ming will continue to challenge? I think so. Didn't you see? He had previously provoked Yao Tianyu by name. I guess he will definitely challenge Yao Tianyu. If he really challenges Yao Tianyu, that would be interesting. Actually, I think it would be more interesting if he were to challenge Feng Xinglia. Both of them would be the new generation king. Yes. Around them, the disciples of the four courtyards began to guess whether Lu Ming would continue to challenge them. The middle-aged judge announced, Lu Ming, you've won 10 battles in a row and have made it onto the bronze ranking. According to the rules, you're now ranked 58. I'll report this to the sect. Now, do you still want to continue the challenge? The middle-aged judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. His eyes were filled with surprise. He had hosted the bronze platform for many years and had seen all kinds of geniuses. However, people like Lu Ming were extremely rare. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. They wanted to know who Lu Ming would challenge. Could it be Yao Tianyu? As expected, Lu Ming's gaze turned to Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu looked at Lu Ming coldly. Yao Tianyu, 3 months ago, I said that I wanted to fight you. However, at that time, you were high and mighty, saying that I was not qualified to fight you. Now, do I have the right? Lu Ming looked at Yao Tianyu and said word by word. Lu Ming, I admit that you're quite talented. You're indeed qualified to challenge me now. But do you think, Yao Tianyu said in a deep voice. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Come down and fight me. Lu Ming interrupted Yao Tianyu's words and shouted loudly in an overbearing manner. Giggle. When had Yao Tianyu ever enjoyed such treatment? He was interrupted by Lu Ming halfway through his sentence and was even told to get lost for a fight. He felt a towering anger suffocating his chest and almost caused internal injuries. He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. Lu Ming, do you dare to fight to the death? Yao Tianyu let out a furious roar. Just what I want, get down. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was strong and he was not afraid at all. Bzzz. Yao Tianyu's figure flickered and he appeared on the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. Do you really want to have a life and death battle? The middle-aged judge asked. Not bad. Lu Ming said firmly. I'll kill Lu Ming in a battle of life and death. Yao Tianyu said coldly. All right, then let's have a life and death battle. We won't stop until one of us is dead. The middle-aged judge announced. In a life and death battle, one person would definitely die. No matter who died, it would be a great loss to the mystical sword sect. However, the path of martial arts was full of thorns and difficulties. Every peak expert was tempered through life and death. The middle-aged judge and the higher-ups of the mystical sword sect knew this very well, so they would not stop the death duel between the disciples. No matter how much of a genius he was, as long as it was a fair fight, they would not stop him. If 10 geniuses died in battle and a peerless expert was born, it would be worth it. As the judge's voice fell, the atmosphere in the stadium was once again ignited and boiling. Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu were going to have a life and death battle. This meant that only one of them could leave the fighting ring today. Between the two of them, who would win? Yao Tianyu himself was a super genius. 2 years ago in the newcomer's trial, he was one of the popular candidates to compete for the newcomer king. Now, he was only 17 years old, but he had already reached this level of cultivation, which was extremely rare. As for Lu Ming, he was a super genius among super geniuses. He was this year's newcomer king. In his first year, he had already made it to the bronze rank. In the clash between the two, who would have the last laugh? Chapter 105. The Great Battle with Yao Tianyu. Love-struck fool, do you think senior brother Lu Ming can win? In the southern grandstand, Pang Shi could not help but worry for Lu Ming. I don't know. Hua Qi shook his head. It's been a long time since Yao Tianyu fought. Although he's only ranked 51st, no one knows if he has any trump cards. But I guess that even if he does, he won't be much stronger than Lu Ming. Hua Qi said. Why? Pang Shi asked. Because Yao Tianyu was afraid. Are you afraid? He's going to have a life and death battle with Lu Ming. Why would he be afraid? Pang Shi asked in surprise. It's precisely because he wants to have a life and death battle that he is afraid. Lu Ming is too talented. Yao Tianyu knows that if he doesn't get rid of Lu Ming now, he will not have a chance in the future. He is afraid of Lu Ming's talent. That's why he wants to get rid of Lu Ming now. Hua Qi analyzed. Isn't Lu Ming in danger? Pang Shi's expression changed. Not necessarily, Lu Ming. I've seen through him from the beginning. Hua Qi said. Just then, a few graceful figures appeared in the southern stands. It was Mulan, Feng Wu, and the others. It was obvious that they had rushed over after receiving the news that Lu Ming was challenging the bronze platform. Elder Mulan, senior sister Feng Wu. Pang Shi immediately greeted him when he saw him. Mulan, Feng Wu, and the others went up to Pang Shi and the others made way for them. Lu Ming has really made it onto the bronze ranking. But isn't it a little too hasty to have a life and death battle with Yao Tianyu now? Feng Wu was both amazed and worried. Don't worry. Lu Ming is very meticulous and not so impulsive. Moreover, since the first day I met him, he has repeatedly exceeded my understanding. I believe that he will not disappoint me today. Mulan smiled. Her smile was incomparably charming, causing some of the hot-blooded male disciples to stare with their mouths agape. Some of them even drooled. It was too alluring. At this moment, not only Mulan and the others, but some other people had also come to the stands. Even a few more geniuses on the bronze rank had come. Clearly, they had all rushed over after hearing the news. Boom! Boom! At that moment, on the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu both released a powerful aura. Their auras collided in the air, forming a strong wind that swept through the surroundings. Lu Ming, I'll let you see my true abilities now. Yao Tianyu howled and a saber appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and slashed at Lu Ming. A ray of saber radiance burst out. The pale white saber radiance was more than 10 meters long. It cut through the air and the space, slashing toward Lu Ming's head with a terrifying aura. The martial technique that made Yao Tianyu famous, black-grade low-level saber technique, wind-breaking 8 slashes. As soon as Yao Tianyu made his move, someone cried out in surprise. As expected, I've successfully cultivated a profound rank martial skill. Let me test its power. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He stomped on the ground heavily and shot forward, his sword slashing at Yao Tianyu's saber. For the time being, he didn't need to use his spear technique. Lu Ming was extremely strong. The huge sword in his hand was as light as a feather. The giant sword slashed out and destroyed Yao Tianyu's blade light. The giant sword then heavily hit Yao Tianyu's saber. Clang! An earth-shattering boom rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. The two of them quickly retreated at the same time. The first move was a tie. He blocked it. Lu Ming actually blocked Yao Tianyu's black-level saber technique. Lu Ming must have cultivated the path of body tempering. With his strong physical body and the integration of martial arts, he was able to unleash a powerful combat power. That's how he managed to block Yao Tianyu's black-level saber technique, physical body against black-level saber techniques. Who is stronger? The disciples of the 4 halls were all staring at the scene. Lu Ming, let's see how many of my attacks you can block. Yao Tianyu let out a long howl and attacked like a tidal wave. Saber radiance burst forth and tore through the air, aiming for Lu Ming once again. Lu Ming wielded his huge sword and engaged Yao Tianyu in a fierce battle. Clang! Clang! Violent collisions kept happening, and the sound of explosions continued. The powerful saber radiance and sword chi surged out, forming a powerful storm that swept in all directions. At the same time, sword chi and saber radiance slashed the fighting ring. However, the fighting stage was extremely hard, and there were even inscriptions on it. Even martial grandmasters couldn't break it. Sword chi and saber light didn't leave a mark on it. The battle was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 30 moves, and neither of them had a clear winner. Yao Tianyu, it seems that you've only cultivated the black level saber technique to the second stage. If that's all you've got, then you should just die. Lu Ming let out a long howl as his essential chi surged. He exerted all his strength, and the strength of his essential chi and physical body exploded. Of course, Lu Ming did not display the blood meridian and that fire force. Buzz! The combat sword cut through the void, making a terrifying buzzing sound. This sword was much stronger than the previous one. Lu Ming did not use his full strength just now. Someone exclaimed. Yao Tianyu's eyes narrowed. Then, a blood-red light flashed on his body, and a huge mantis with 5 blood-red chakras appeared. Then, the mantis burrowed itself into Yao Tianyu's body, and the aura on Yao Tianyu's body intensified. Bloodline explosion. Yao Tianyu's bloodline was that of the dual-blade mantis, which greatly enhanced his blade techniques. With the activation of his bloodline, Yao Tianyu's blade techniques became even sharper and more powerful. Clang! There was another explosion, and the two of them retreated again. After Lu Ming took a step back, he stomped on the ground and charged forward again. Yao Tianyu did the same. The two of them were like 2 cannonballs, heavily crashing together. Clang! Clang! In just a few breaths, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. At the scene, everyone held their breath as they watched unblinkingly. It was too intense and exciting. Boom! With another move, the two of them trembled and slid back a dozen meters before they could stabilize themselves. Yao Tianyu, is this your full strength? I'm really disappointed. As soon as 2 minutes are up, your bloodline power will disappear, and you won't be able to fight me. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the entire venue was filled with whispers. Lu Ming was right. Once the time for Yao Tianyu's blood meridian outbreak was over, how was he going to fight Lu Ming? How can this be? How can Lu Ming be so powerful? The few young men who followed Yao Tianyu shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming, I admit that you're very strong. It's not bad that you can force me to this point. Now, I'll show you my true strength. I was planning to use it in the great competition of the 4 courtyards in 2 months. It's your honor to use it on you. At this moment, Yao Tianyu was not afraid. Instead, he laughed out loud. Then, Yao Tianyu took a step forward, and the fighting ring rumbled. Yao Tianyu's muscles quickly bulged, and a faint black light appeared on his skin, making him look like a black iron. Chapter 106. Chapter 106 Profound Level Martial Arts Technique. I know it too. Lu Ming, don't think that you're the only one who has cultivated the body tempering path. Yao Tianyu let out a long howl. With a bang, Yao Tianyu's body was like a huge piece of iron. He charged at Lu Ming and slashed at him. The saber light howled and shook the world. The Tao of body refinement. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He exploded with all his strength and blocked the attack with the giant sword. Boom! When the huge sword and Yao Tianyu's saber clashed, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming force surging toward him, and his body slid back by more than 10 meters. He only felt his body go numb. The path of body cultivation. Yao Tianyu has also cultivated the path of body cultivation. He's cultivating the same body cultivation technique as He Tai. Judging from the level of control, he's not weaker than He Tai. With a strong body and black-level saber techniques, Lu Ming is finished. He's no match for him. That's right. With his strong body and black-level saber technique, his combat power is too strong. Yao Tianyu's ranking on the bronze rank is definitely not just 51st. In my opinion, he can be ranked in the 40s. Lu Ming can't possibly fight against him. Lu Ming is in danger. What a pity for such a genius. I don't think so. Maybe Lu Ming has also cultivated a black-level martial arts technique? Idiot, Lu Ming has also cultivated a black-level martial arts technique? How is this possible? Do you think profound-grade martial arts techniques are so easy to cultivate? How long has it been since Lu Ming entered the sect? One's cultivation level can be increased rapidly by relying on rare treasures or fortuitous encounters. However, martial arts techniques rely on one's comprehension and time. Although Lu Ming is very talented, he has too little time. I'm 100% sure that it's impossible for him to cultivate a black-level cultivation technique now. Yao Tianyu's sudden outburst caused everyone to fall into a state of shock. In the southern grandstand, Pang Shi was extremely anxious. What do we do? Yao Tianyu was actually this strong? What to do? Would senior brother Lu Ming be alright? This is a battle of life and death. Pang Shi, calm down. Feng Wu called out, but there was worry in her eyes as well. Hua Qi and Mu Lan did not say anything. However, their eyes were also filled with worry. Lu Ming, can you still create a miracle? Mu Lan muttered to herself. On the eastern grandstand, Yao Tianyu's lackeys were ecstatic. Senior brother Yao is invincible. How can a mere Lu Ming fight with senior brother Yao? He's destined to die in senior brother Yao's hands. A few lackeys shouted. In addition, Feng Xinglie, Yen Su, and the other geniuses on the bronze ranking all stared at the stage with bright eyes. Lu Ming, this is my strongest combat power. Do you see it? That's the difference between us. I can kill you in 1 minute. Yao Tianyu's tone was very arrogant. At the same time, he was full of disdain and mockery towards Lu Ming. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Ming actually smiled. Lu Ming smiled confidently and calmly. His clear voice could be heard from afar. This giant sword is really not easy to use. I thought that this sword would be enough to defeat you, but now it seems that I have to change. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge sword in Lu Ming's hand disappeared and an 8-foot-long fiery red spear appeared in his hand. A spear? Could it be that Lu Ming uses a long spear? I heard that he's always using a sword. Could he be bluffing? No matter what, in the end we still have to rely on strength. Yao Tianyu looked at the long spear in Lu Ming's hand. His eyes flickered and he sneered. What's the use of changing weapons? With a flash of saber light, Yao Tianyu continued to charge at Lu Ming. Fire gun art broken armor. The spear thrust out, bringing with it an intense spinning cutting force. The spear hit the blade of Yao Tianyu's saber accurately. A powerful force burst out from the tip of the spear, and the blade light that Yao Tianyu had condensed on the blade was instantly scattered. With a clang, the battle blade trembled, and Yao Tianyu's figure staggered back. Black rank spear technique? Impossible! Yao Tianyu let out a roar of disbelief. Lu Ming must have used a black-level martial arts technique to push him back with a single spear attack. Moreover, the level of mastery was definitely not weaker than his saber technique. How was this possible? 3 months ago, Lu Ming definitely did not manage to master the black-level spear technique. Otherwise, he would have used it in that life-and-death situation. There could only be one explanation. Within 3 months, not only did Lu Ming's physical body and cultivation level improve, but he had also cultivated a black-level spear technique. At the thought of this, Yao Tianyu's heart was filled with intense fear. Lu Ming was too freakish and abnormal. This kind of talent was too terrifying. No, I must kill him today. Otherwise, I'll be the one to die in the future. Yao Tianyu roared in his heart. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. When Lu Ming pushed back Yao Tianyu with one shot, they were already stunned. Fire gun art mountain crash. Lu Ming seized the initiative and did not give Yao Tianyu the slightest chance. He leaped high into the air and smashed his long spear down fiercely. The long spear whizzed through the air, emitting a terrifying sonic boom. Yao Tianyu had no time to counterattack, so he could only block with his saber. Clang! The long spear smashed into Yao Tianyu's battle blade. This spear strike contained the power to split the earth and shatter the mountains. Yao Tianyu's body trembled and his legs trembled. He almost knelt down. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Lu Ming used the black-level martial arts technique, he had completely crushed him. Lan Yu. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. He launched a frenzied attack. His long spear was like a dragon, constantly bombarding Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. He was at a complete disadvantage. The eyes of the disciples from the four halls almost popped out of their sockets. A black-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming has also cultivated a black-level martial arts technique. This is incredible. Who's that? Weren't you 100% sure that Lu Ming could not cultivate a black-level martial arts technique? What do you say now? This? The one who was asked blushed and was completely speechless. He was not the only one. The disciples of the four courtyards who were certain that Lu Ming could not have cultivated a black-level martial arts technique all blushed. Lu Ming's words were a harsh slap to their faces. They did not dare to speak anymore. Lu Ming was simply beyond common sense. They were afraid that if they said too much, they would be slapped in the face again. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're amazing. Pang Shi's body trembled with excitement. Mulan, Feng Wu and Hua Qi were overjoyed as well, but they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Impossible? How is that possible? Yao Tianyu's lackeys roared in disbelief. Bang! After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming's spear swept across Yao Tianyu's chest. The sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the entire arena. Yao Tianyu's body was sent flying more than 20 meters and he fell heavily on the fighting ring. His body twitched non-stop, and the saber in his hand flew far away. Yao Tianyu had lost. He had been completely defeated. He was defeated by Lu Ming, the newcomer king of the year. The disciples of the four courtyards, including the geniuses on the bronze list, held their breath and looked at the two figures on the fighting ring. Chapter 107. You don't have the right. Lu Ming walked towards Yao Tianyu, step by step, his clear and indifferent voice ringing out. Yao Tianyu, a few months ago in the Dark Blood Mountain, your lackey tried to snatch my Dark Blood Stone but was forced to run away by me. At that time, I had already shown mercy. However, you thought that you were superior and that I must obey you. When I returned to the sect, you ordered someone to summon me and asked me to hand over the Dark Blood Stone. I didn't agree to it, but you instigated the Star Moon Tower to cause trouble for the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples and hurt my brother Pang Shi on purpose. Your purpose was to infuriate me so that you could take me down with the people of the Law Enforcement Hall. Then I would be at your mercy. At that time, you were so arrogant and insufferably arrogant that I didn't even have the right to challenge you. But now, where did your arrogance and arrogance go? Lu Ming walked as he spoke. When he finished speaking, he had already walked to Yao Tianyu's side. His eyes were indifferent as he looked down at him. The surrounding disciples of the four halls suddenly came to a realization after hearing this. So that was how the feud between Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu came about. Yao Tianyu is too arrogant. He actually used such a despicable method. It's not that Yao Tianyu is arrogant, but that's how the world of martial arts should be. It's just that Yao Tianyu chose the wrong person. If he had chosen someone else, he would have to submit to him. However, he had to meet Lu Ming, a peerless genius. Therefore, he can only fail. The disciples of the four halls were discussing among themselves. The battle of life and death ends here. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. Wait a minute, Lu Ming, wait a minute. Don't kill me. You're a peerless genius, and I'm not bad either. We can work together. In the future, no one in the mystical sword sect will be our match. Yao Tianyu's body struggled madly as he shouted. He was still young and had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die. Cooperation? You are not qualified to work with me. Lu Ming smiled in disdain. Whoosh! Then, the spear flashed and pierced through Yao Tianyu's chest. Yao Tianyu let out a blood-curdling screech as he clutched the spear shaft tightly with both hands. Blood was gushing out of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness, hatred, and regret. At this moment he finally regretted. He regretted offending Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming pulled out the long spear and shook it. The blood on the long spear flew away, not leaving a single drop. Yao Tianyu's body slowly went limp, and finally he stopped breathing. Yao Tianyu, a genius on the bronze list, was dead. At this moment, the crowd was boiling. Today, not only had Lu Ming made it onto the bronze ranking, but he had also killed Yao Tianyu. All of this was like a dream. It was so unreal. But that was the truth. Today, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the entire mystical sword sect. In the southern stands, Pang Shi laughed maniacally. Mulan and the others also smiled. On the east side of the stands, Yao Tianyu's lackeys were pale and weak as they sat in their seats. Yao Tianyu was dead. They knew that their future days would not be easy. Previously, they had been tyrannical because of Yao Tianyu and had offended many people. Those people were afraid of Yao Tianyu, so of course, they did not dare to do anything to them. But now that Yao Tianyu was dead, who would care about them? Their future would be miserable. The geniuses on the bronze list were also shocked by the scene. I can't match up to Lu Ming's talent. Feng Xinglia let out a long sigh and turned around to leave the stands. Lu Ming is the winner of this battle. Lu Ming, do you still want to continue the challenge? The middle-aged judge announced loudly. Lu Ming shook his head and walked down the fighting ring. Killing Yao Tianyu was enough. There was no need to fight anymore. It was better to keep some trump cards for himself. In this battle, he had already exposed his body refinement Dao and profound level martial arts techniques. Of course, he could only display the power of the second level of a profound rank martial skill. Additionally, he still had control force which he had not used. If he really used it, the disciples of the four courtyards would be shocked beyond words. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. Pang Shi, Hua Qi, Mulan, and the others also got down from the stands and walked toward Lu Ming. Before they even arrived, Pang Shi had already started shouting excitedly. Lu Ming, when did you manage to cultivate a black-level martial arts technique? We've suffered so much hiding it from you. Feng Wu said as she walked over. It's too noisy here. Let's talk as we walk. Lu Ming smiled. There were tens of thousands of people here, and it was really inconvenient to talk in such a noisy place. The crowd left the bronze platform and headed toward the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming briefly explained his trip to the Southridge Fire Field to cultivate his spear technique. As for the fact that he had comprehended control force, he didn't mention it. You're saying that he's only been cultivating in the Southridge Fire Field for a few months, and he's already cultivated the profound rank spear technique to this level? Feng Wu and the others all stared at him. That's right. The environment of that place just so happens to be compatible with my spear technique. As such, it's much easier for me to cultivate there. Lu Ming said. What a pervert. Everyone despised Lu Ming. How could it be so easy to cultivate a profound grade martial skill? It was very easy to find a suitable environment to cultivate in, but how many people could actually master it? Everyone could only describe Lu Ming as abnormal. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Only he knew that he had relied on the chanting in the Supreme Shrine and his tireless cultivation to achieve his current achievements. They chatted as they walked, and soon, they arrived at the Vermilion Bird Hall where Lu Ming and Pang Shi were staying. Senior Sister Mulan, I still haven't returned the 3,000 contribution points I owe you from last time. After entering the courtyard, Lu Ming took out his identity jade card. Mulan's beautiful eyes flickered. Her limpid eyes darted back and forth on Lu Ming's body. After a while, she said, last time, not only did you defeat Ningfeng, but you've also made it onto the bronze list and killed Yao Tianyu. You've greatly boosted the prestige of the Vermilion Bird Hall. I can't be stingy anymore. Take the 3,000 contribution points as your reward. Many thanks, Senior Sister Mulan. As soon as Mulan finished her sentence, Lu Ming immediately thanked her without any embarrassment, as if he was afraid that Mulan would go back on her words. Mulan was speechless. Then, she shifted her gaze and said, "Now that you've made it onto the bronze ranking, you'll be representing the Vermilion Bird Hall in the great competition of the 4 halls in 2 months. The great competition of the 4 courtyards." Lu Ming had some doubts. Pang Shi was confused as well, while Hua Qi and Feng Wu's eyes flickered, as if they had heard about the competition. Mulan explained, "The great competition of the 4 courtyards is a competition between the 4 courtyards. It's held once a year. For example, among the bronze disciples, the geniuses on the bronze ranking will directly participate. It's because it's meaningless for other disciples to participate. Similarly, the Esilavir disciples will be directly participated by the geniuses on the Esilavir ranking. In the end, they will be rewarded according to the results of the disciples of each courtyard. Not only will the individual participants be rewarded handsomely, but the sect master will also represent the sect and give more resources to the great courtyard that performs well. This is the most important thing." Chapter 108. The Great Competition of the 4 Courtyards. "I see." Lu Ming nodded. "Now that you're on the bronze ranking, the Vermilion Bird Hall has 10 geniuses on the bronze ranking. In 2 months, you'll be representing the Vermilion Bird Hall in the tournament. You'll have to work hard on your cultivation during this time. If you rank well, not only will you receive a generous reward, but the entire Vermilion Bird Hall will also benefit," Mulan said with a smile. Lu Ming smiled. "Don't worry. I'll do my best." "Feng Wu, what did you say a few months ago?" he asked. "I said that if I defeat Yao Tianyu in 4 months, you'll have to treat me to a big meal." "Hey, why do you remember it so clearly? Big Sister Mulan has already given you 3,000 contribution points as a reward, and you're still thinking about my feast?" Feng Wu rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched his nose. "That's another matter. I've been thinking about your big meal for a few months." That's right, that's not the same thing." "Ha, you guys have to bring me old Pang along." Pang Shi jeered from the side. "Hey, Big Rock, what are you doing?" Feng Wu said unhappily. In the end, they couldn't win against the few of them. The group left the Vermilion Bird Peak and arrived at Xianjian City. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. When they returned, it was already late at night. Lu Ming did not cultivate that night. Instead, he had a good rest. The next day, Lu Ming walked towards the contribution hall. He was going to exchange his Esilavir and a few martial arts techniques for contribution points, and then exchange them for some demonic beast blood essence to cultivate. He had more than 4 million taels of Esilavir on him, as well as 3 martial skill manuals. They were respectively the yellow-grade low-rank sword technique, Wild Wave Slash, the yellow-grade high-rank body technique, Soaring Cloud Steps, and the yellow-grade high-rank cultivation techniques, Hunyuan techniques. However, Lu Ming did not plan to exchange for the cloud-treading steps. He planned to keep it for his own cultivation. After all, his cultivation time was too short. He could not be compared to those senior disciples who had cultivated for a few years, or even 5 or 6 years, or even 7 or 8 years. Those senior disciples had no lack of movement martial skills, offensive martial skills, and defensive martial skills. Their maturity was not weak. However, Lu Ming had only cultivated 4 types of martial arts techniques: Flame Dragon Fist, Dragon Snake Steps, Lustrous Sword Technique, Fire Lance Technique. At his current realm, the Flame Dragon Fist and Dragon Serpent Steps were no longer of much use. He had to cultivate a higher-level martial art technique. He planned to focus on practicing the cloud-treading steps and fire-controlling gun art before the great competition of the 4 courtyards. As for other martial arts techniques, he didn't have that much energy. And this was because of the chanting in the Supreme Shrine. How long had he been cultivating? It had only been 10 months or so. If it had been anyone else, they would definitely not have been able to cultivate these martial skills to such a profound level in such a short time. After arriving at the contribution hall, Lu Ming exchanged Wild Wave Slash and Hunyuan technique for contribution points. He had exchanged for a total of 30,000 contribution points. He also exchanged 2 million taels of Esilavir for contribution points, leaving him with more than 2 million taels of Esilavir. He had a total of 50,000 contribution points. In addition to the remaining contribution points that Lu Ming had, he had a total of 55,000 contribution points. Then, Lu Ming started to exchange for Demonic Beast Blood Essence. A 9th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast cost 1,600 contribution points each. Lu Ming exchanged for 25 of them, using up a total of 40,000 contribution points. Lu Ming also exchanged for a piece of Upper Lever 2 soft armor, which cost him 3,000 contribution points. His 55,000 contribution points had been reduced to 12,000 in an instant. This rate of expenditure was truly too terrifying. Lu Ming could not help but feel his heart ache. However, it was worth it to improve his abilities. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and began to cultivate. Lu Ming did not consume the demonic beast's blood essence continuously. Instead, he would consume and refine a portion every 2 days. This way, his foundation would not be unstable. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming spent most of his time on the cloud-treading steps and the fire-controlling gun technique. He would also take some time to comprehend the force of fire. Every time he comprehended the force of fire, a volcano would appear in his mind. The might of a volcano would spread in his heart. To Lu Ming's surprise, as his understanding of the force of fire deepened, the effect of cultivating the fire gun controlling art was better than usual. It was as if he was cultivating in the Lingnan fire field at all times. Time passed day by day, and the annual great competition of the 4 courtyards was getting closer and closer. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the 4 halls of the mystical sword sect became more and more tense. All the geniuses on the bronze list were cultivating in seclusion in order to improve themselves. More people were stepping up to challenge the bronze platform, hoping to make it to the bronze rank and be qualified to participate in the great competition of the 4 courtyards. More than a month later, the fire gun art had another breakthrough and entered the 4th level. When the great competition of the 4 courtyards was about to begin, the fire gun controlling art had reached the peak of the 4th level. However, it seemed that he had encountered a bottleneck. No matter how hard Lu Ming cultivated, he could not break through. His greatest improvement was the soaring cloud steps. As a warrior's martial Dao realm rose, his understanding of martial Dao would also become deeper and deeper. It would be faster for him to practice low-level martial arts techniques. For example, if a martial king-level martial artist were to practice yellow-rank martial arts, he would probably be able to reach the 6th level in less than 2 days. Therefore, Lu Ming's current cultivation of the yellow-level upper-level soaring cloud was several times faster than when he cultivated the lustrous sword technique. Within 2 months, Lu Ming had cultivated the cloud-treading steps to the highest level, the 6th level, the union of man and martial arts. After refining 25 portions of 9th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation base had also risen to the peak of the 8th grade master realm. He was only 1 step away from the 9th grade master realm. At this time, the mystical sword sect was welcoming the most lively and exciting moment of the year: the great competition of the 4 courtyards. At this moment, almost all the mystical sword sect disciples had returned to the sect. Although most of the disciples were not qualified to participate, it would be very helpful for their cultivation to witness the battle between the top geniuses of different realms. Moreover, there were actually 4 new disciples on the same stage in this great competition of the 4 courtyards. This was extremely rare even in the history of the mystical sword sect, so it was naturally even more attractive. Lu Ming, this is for you. On the day of the grand competition of the 4 courtyards, Hua Qi and Pang Shi knocked on Lu Ming's door before dawn. Hua Qi stuffed a small notebook into his hands. What is this? Lu Ming had some doubts. This is the information of all the geniuses on the bronze list. You can take a look. It might be helpful to you. Huaqi said. What? The information of all the geniuses on the bronze list? How did you guys get it? Lu Ming was shocked. Senior brother Lu Ming, Huaqi has spent a lot of money recently and hired many senior disciples to help collect these. I've realized now that the love-struck fool has nothing but money. Pang Shi said. Hey Big Rock, what are you saying? What do you mean I have nothing but money? I'm telling you, I have everything. Huaqi said unhappily. Lu Ming's heart moved. He could not help but feel touched. It was not hard to imagine that to collect such information, it was definitely not something that could be done with a little bit of money. It was definitely a huge number. He had a feeling that Huaqi's identity wasn't simple. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, I just don't want you to lose so badly. After all, we're from the same dormitory. If you lose so badly, I'll lose face too. Huaqi left these words before turning around and leaving. Senior brother Lu Ming will set off together later. Pang Shi said as he touched his head before leaving. Chapter 109. The Vermilion Bird Hall's Dean. Lu Ming returned to his room and opened his notebook to read. It contained the detailed information of everyone on the bronze list, including their martial arts techniques, cultivation, and weapons. Although it was not 100% accurate, it was very valuable as a reference. It would be of great help to Lu Ming. One could only win every battle if one knew one's enemy and oneself. There were 60 names recorded in the book, which meant that there were 60 people on the bronze list. Before Lu Ming entered the bronze rank, there were 56 people on the bronze rank. Yao Tianyu was killed. However, with Lu Ming and Feng Xinglie, there were 57 people on the bronze rank, which meant that 3 more people had entered the bronze rank recently. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Hall has the least number of people. The Vermilion Bird Hall had 11 students, the Black Tortoise Hall had 12, the Azure Dragon Hall had 15, and the White Tiger Hall had 22. The Vermilion Bird Hall was last, while the White Tiger Hall was the strongest. In the end, Lu Ming's gaze landed on the first 10 names. Zhang Muyun, Duanmu Yunyang, Biu Xingkai, and Duan Gang. The 10 names represented the top 10 of the bronze rank. The Vermilion Bird Hall only has one person in the top 10. Lu Ming frowned. The Vermilion Bird Hall only had one person in the top 10, and she was ranked 6th. 4 from the White Tiger Hall, 3 from the Azure Dragon Hall, and 2 from the Onyx Tortoise Hall. There was no doubt that the Vermilion Bird Hall was the worst in terms of both the number of people and the top geniuses. Top 10? A glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he revealed a trace of fighting spirit. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed and the sky was already bright. When Lu Ming walked out of the room, he saw Pang Shi and Huaqi already in the courtyard. Besides them, Feng Wu was also there. Lu Ming, I heard that Huaqi has been collecting information on the geniuses on the bronze rank. How's it going? Feng Wu asked. I'm done. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, but I have to add a few points. Let's talk as we walk. Feng Wu said. The few of them nodded and walked out. The geniuses on the bronze list can be roughly divided into 6 levels and 3 types. Have you heard of them? Feng Wu asked. 6 levels, 3 types. Lu Ming, Huaqi, and Pang Shi were a little puzzled. That's right. The 6 levels are divided according to combat strength. After all, most of the geniuses on the bronze list are at the peak of the 9th grade master realm. Although some of them are ranked first, their combat strength is very close. The 45th to 60th ranks are in the 6th level. The 30th to 45th ranks are in the 5th level. The 20th to 30th ranks are in the 4th level. The 10th to 20th ranks are in the 3rd level. The 4th to 10th ranks are in the 2nd level. The top 3 are the strongest and are in the 1st level. There are 3 types. The first type is like you and Feng Xinglie. They just entered the school and entered the bronze rank not long ago. They are very talented, but they are not very strong because they have only been on the school for a short time. The second type is the extremely talented geniuses who have been on the bronze list for a long time, but have deliberately stayed at the peak of the 9th grade master realm in order to build a stronger foundation. This type of geniuses have the most terrifying combat strength, and most of the top 10 on the bronze list are this type. The third type is the senior disciples who have been in the sect for many years. They are stuck at the peak of the 9th grade master realm and have been unable to break through. These types have limited potential, but due to their many years of cultivation, they have mastered all sorts of martial arts and secret techniques, so their combat strength is also very strong. Feng Wu explained in detail. Lu Ming and the other two nodded after hearing that. They did not expect that there were so many tricks to it. Lu Ming, in the future, you just need to know what to do when you face your enemies. Feng Wu said. The four of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the place where the great competition of the 4 courtyards would be held. The great competition of the 4 courtyards was not held in the 4 courtyards or in the middle of the 4 courtyards. Instead, it was to the north of the Onyx Tortoise Hall, where the core of the mystical sword sect was. This place was vast, with peaks towering and clouds lingering, making it hazy. This was where the sect leader, golden-robed elders, and gold-ranked disciples cultivated and lived. It was said that other than these, the true strength of the mystical sword sect was hidden here, and it was the core of the mystical sword sect. In front of the peaks, there was a flat piece of land where a fighting stage was built. Around the fighting stage were wide stands. The layout was very similar to the bronze platform, but it was several times wider and more majestic. The square grandstand could hold more than 100,000 people. The disciples from the 4 halls continued to gather there. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they found the Vermilion Bird Hall's area and sat down. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. That's the headmaster of the White Tiger Hall and the Esilavira-robed elder of the White Tiger Hall. Someone whispered. Lu Ming and the others looked up and saw dozens of figures stepping on the air. There were old men and middle-aged men. Each of them had the aura of a mountain. They were extremely dense and suffocating. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people landed in the White Tiger Hall's area. The Vermilion Bird Hall's headmaster and the Esilavira-robed elder are here as well. Suddenly, a Vermilion Bird Hall disciple nearby cried out in excitement. There were also dozens of people in the air, both men and women, and all of them had powerful auras. The leader was an old man with white hair. He was wearing a fiery red robe with a lifelike vermilion bird embroidered on it. He had a kind expression and greeted the people from the Vermilion Bird Hall with a smile. This was the head of the Vermilion Bird Hall, Yen Lan. Lu Ming saw a familiar face beside the Vermilion Bird Hall's dean. It was Mulan. Feng Wu, what's Mulan's relationship with the dean? Lu Ming could not help but ask Feng Wu. You don't know? The director is big sister Mulan's grandfather. Feng Wu said, Grandpa? As expected. Lu Ming could not help but recall that Yao Tianyu had mentioned this news a few months ago. He just did not pay attention to it at that time. As expected, Mulan's identity was not simple. On the side, Pang Shi and Hua Qi were also dumbfounded. A dean of a large courtyard was definitely a top figure in the mystical sword sect. His status was comparable to the golden-robed elders, and his authority was even greater than the golden-robed elders. In the mystical sword sect, he was a true overlord. At that moment, the Vermilion Bird Hall director and the others landed in the Vermilion Bird Hall's area. After they landed, the Vermilion Bird Hall director and Mulan actually walked toward Lu Ming and the others. Plus, the dean is here. Pang Shi was so nervous that he stuttered. Hua Qi was rather calm, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The people nearby were even more nervous. After all, it was not easy to see the dean. Who is the principal here to see? Could it be Lu Ming? Such a thought flashed through many people's minds. They had guessed correctly. The Vermilion Bird Hall dean and Mulan walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets the dean and senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Then, the sect leader and the 6 elders of the mystical sword sect flew down and landed on the highest point of the northern stands. That place was specially prepared for the sect leader and the others. Everyone's here, right? Let's start. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect announced with a wave of his hand. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, a Silavira-robed elder flew up to the fighting ring and began to introduce the rules of the competition. The rules were simple. There were 60 people in total, and they would be assigned numbers according to their previous ranking. Previously, Lu Ming had killed Yao Tianyu and naturally replaced his ranking. He was ranked 51st and his number was 51. The 60 people would fight in pairs and draw lots to decide their opponents. The winner would enter the top 30, and the loser would be eliminated. However, after the top 30 were decided, there would be another challenge. The elders of the 4 halls and the elders of the sect would discuss together and choose 10 powerful geniuses to challenge the 30 geniuses who had advanced earlier. As long as they won, they would be able to replace the other party and enter the top 30. This was for the sake of fairness because some people might be very strong, but their luck was bad at the beginning, and they would draw the geniuses in the top few places, so they would lose somewhat unjustly. This way, they could avoid the stronger geniuses from being eliminated early due to bad luck. This was related to the interests of the 4 halls, so it was natural to be fair. The rules were the same for the top 15 from the top 30. The top 10 would be chosen and the final ranking would be decided by a round of battles. There were many rewards for entering the top 10. Other things aside, Lu Ming was very envious of the contribution points. All right, I'm sure everyone knows the rules. Now, the disciples on the bronze rank can come up to draw lots. The Asilavira-robed elder announced. Lu Ming stood up and walked onto the fighting ring. People from the 4 great academies walked up to the fighting ring. In the end, there were 60 people in total. Everyone's eyes were focused on these 60 people. They would be the main characters for the next few days. Look, that's Zhang Myun. He's ranked first on the Azure Dragon Hall's bronze ranking. He's so handsome, talented and handsome. I wish I could marry him. Stop dreaming. I heard that Zhang Myun and the 7th ranked Zhuo Yirong are a couple. You can stop dreaming. Look, that's Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king. He rushed into the bronze rank in his first year. It's too shocking and he's so handsome. He doesn't have a girlfriend, right? I've decided I'm going to chase him. Why would Lu Ming be interested in you? On the field, the female disciples of the 4 halls were chattering and discussing with great interest. Instantly, some of the male disciples were displeased. Although Lu Ming is talented, it's not his time yet. I don't think he will pass the first round. That's for sure. It's impossible for him to pass the first round and enter the top 30. Even if he's lucky enough to pass, he'll still be replaced by others. The male disciples said unhappily. In the White Tiger Hall's area, there were 2 people who were staring at Lu Ming. One of them was a young lady in a white dress, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was Lu Yao, who had disappeared the moment she joined the mystical sword sect. Her father, Lu Yunxiong, was sitting beside her. At that moment, Lu Yao's face darkened as she looked at Lu Ming's tall and straight figure on the fighting ring. She had been humiliated during the Lu family's grand competition and hated Lu Ming to the core. She wanted to take revenge on Lu Ming, so she had been cultivating in seclusion ever since she entered the mystical sword sect. This cultivation took almost 9 months. Moreover, he was the fiancé of the peerless genius Duanmu Lin, so the Duanmu family was naturally not stingy with their resources. With the help of a large amount of resources, Lu Yao's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had broken through all the barriers and when she came out a few days ago, she had already reached the 6th grade master realm. Chapter 111. The Arrogant Duanmu Family. At first, she thought that with such a cultivation base, she would be able to trample on Lu Ming and humiliate him 10 times or 100 times more. However, she did not expect that after she came out of seclusion, Lu Yunxiong would tell her that Lu Ming had killed Yao Tianyu, made it to the bronze rank, and was going to participate in the great competition of the 4 courtyards. The moment she heard it, she was stunned. It was simply unbelievable and unacceptable. She thought that she had heard wrong. She could not bear it. She was full of confidence and thought that she could trample on Lu Ming. However, the truth was the opposite. She had spent a lot of resources, but she was getting further and further away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming, that little bastard. How did he improve so quickly? God is really unfair to let this little bastard have such strong talent. On the side, Lu Yunxiong gritted his teeth, his voice extremely gloomy. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, he's just trash in front of Brother Lin. Lu Yao said in a deep voice. Miss Lu is right. How can Lu Ming, that little bastard, compare to young Master Lin? He's worlds apart. Many young men from the Duanmu family sat beside Lu Yao and the others. One of them sneered. That's right. Moreover, Lu Ming won't be able to go far in this competition. If he meets a genius from the Duanmu family, he'll definitely be crippled. Even if he's lucky enough to make it into the top 30, the geniuses from the Duanmu family will definitely challenge him at the first opportunity. Another youth said. That's good. With the heroes of the Duanmu family here, I can rest assured. Lu Yunxiong laughed. Lu Ming had no idea about this. In the fighting ring, tens of thousands of eyes were looking at them. Among the 60 people, some were so excited that their faces turned red. Some were rubbing their fists and wiping their palms. They glanced at the others with hostility. There were also some who were calm and composed, with all kinds of expressions. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his eyes filled with anticipation. First, the Esilavira-robed elders would draw 30 people, and then these 30 people would draw the remaining 30 people. Whoever was drawn would be their opponent in the first round. Lu Ming was one of the first 30 people to be drawn. Then, Lu Ming and the other 30 people went up to draw lots. Very soon, the drawing of lots was completed. Lu Ming had drawn number 46. Number 46? I'm quite lucky. Lu Ming smiled and registered the Esilavira-robed elder with it. Then he returned to his seat. Lu Ming, what number did you draw? Feng Wu hurriedly asked. Number 46. Lu Ming said with a smile. Number 46, Yun Feng from the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Lu Ming, you're in luck. Hua Qi asked in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. He was not too bothered. To him, it was just a battle no matter who he drew. Clang! A melodious bell rang, indicating that the exciting great competition of the 4 courtyards was about to begin. Now, the great competition of the 4 courtyards officially begins. Before it begins, you must pay attention to one of the most basic rules. In this competition, you can't harm your life. You can do whatever you want with other things. Also, you can't use any medicinal pills to improve your combat strength, except for secret skills. Now, let's officially begin. The first battle, number 60 versus number 23. On the fighting ring, the Esilavira-robed elder announced. Number 60? Isn't that the genius from the Vermilion Bird Hall, Lu Hui, who just entered the bronze ranking? Lu Ming had an idea. In the Vermilion Bird Hall area, an ordinary-looking, thin young man walked out of the crowd and went up to the fighting ring. Haha, I'm so lucky to have met the trash from the Vermilion Bird Hall. From the White Tiger Hall's area, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a young man appeared on the fighting ring with a few leaps. Number 23, Duanmu Yunxiong of the Duanmu family. Lu Ming muttered. The Duanmu family has indeed produced many talents in recent years. Feng Wu said with a grim look in her eyes. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunxiong looked at Lu Hui with a mocking expression and said, Trash from the Vermilion Bird Hall, kneel down and admit defeat now. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. Lu Hui's expression was unsightly as he stared at Duanmu Yunxiong without saying a word. His eyes were filled with determination. Trash, it seems like you really want to fight me. Don't worry, I can defeat you with one move. I'll let you know that it was only luck that you managed to get into the bronze rank. Also, let me tell you, your Vermilion Bird Hall is destined to be swept away this time. Don't even think about getting into the top 10. Duanmu Yunchong sneered. He was extremely arrogant and haughty. Damn it, the Duanmu family is really fucking despicable. You still want to sweep us aside? Dream on. Senior sister Cheng Feichen will definitely be in the top 10. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were all furious as they cursed. A bunch of nonsense, you only know how to talk. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunchong said with a disdainful expression. Lu Hui's face was gloomy. He tightly held the hilt of his sword with one hand and stared at Duanmu Yunchong. Suddenly, Lu Hui rushed out. His long sword was unsheathed and turned into a ray of Isilavir light, piercing toward Duanmu Yunchong. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Lu Hui was performing a black-level low-rank sword technique. However, he had only just reached the second level. Small tricks. Duanmu Yunchong coldly sneered. His body moved and he dodged Lu Hui's attack. Black-grade low-level movement technique. At the same time, Duanmu Yunchong struck out with his palm. The wind from his palm whistled like thunder. A black-grade low-level palm technique. Another black-grade martial arts technique. It was obvious that Duanmu Yunchong had mastered two profound grade martial skills. When they were used in pairs, they were as fast as lightning and as fast as thunder, increasing their battle strength by a large margin. Lu Hui's sword had missed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only use his other hand to block the palm. However, Lu Hui's palm strike was only launched out of desperation. How could it withstand Duanmu Yunchong's black-level palm energy? Bang! Lu Hui's body flew out and he retreated more than 10 meters. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, you actually dared to block my palm. You asked for it. Duanmu Yunchong bellowed in his heart. His expression was extremely gloomy. He had said that he would deal with Lu Hui in one move, but now Lu Hui had actually blocked one move. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. Buzz! Duanmu Yunchong's figure moved. He used his black-grade movement technique and moved as fast as a ghost. He instantly appeared behind Lu Hui and struck out with his palm. Although Lu Hui was on full alert and quickly slashed his sword behind him, he was still a step too slow due to his injuries. Bang! The palm hit Lu Hui's chest. Lu Hui spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Duanmu Yunchong followed closely behind. Without giving Lu Hui the chance to catch his breath, he struck out another palm. However, this palm was aimed at Lu Hui's face. Pa! A clear sound of a slap was heard. Duanmu Yunchong had ruthlessly slapped Lu Hui's face. Lu Hui's entire body was sent flying. However, Duanmu Yunchong did not have the intention to let go. His body moved and caught up with Lu Hui. Another slap landed on Lu Hui's face. Lu Hui was sent flying and fell to the ground. Trash, I told you to admit defeat a long time ago. Well now, I've beaten you like a dog. Duanmu Yunchong looked down at Lu Hui and said in disdain. Damn it, Duanmu Yunchong, don't go too far. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were filled with righteous indignation. Someone shouted. Chapter 112. Chapter 112 The First Battle. What do you mean by a warrior can be killed but not humiliated? He's just a piece of trash. I told him to kneel down and admit defeat, but he still wanted to fight. With this little combat strength, he's simply asking to be humiliated. Duanmu Yunchong looked at the Vermilion Bird Hall's side and sneered. Damn it. Damn it, I'm so angry. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, including Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and Feng Wu, were all flushed with anger. At the very top of the stands, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect was expressionless, as if none of this could stir his emotions. In the White Tiger Hall's area, the White Tiger Hall's headmaster stroked his beard and smiled. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall frowned. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunchong curled his lips in disdain. He walked toward Lu Hui and stepped on his body. He looked down at him and sneered, Now, Are we still going to fight? Admit defeat, Lu Hui. Admit defeat. Stop fighting. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciple couldn't help but call out. I admit defeat. Lu Hui said unwillingly. His eyes revealed a humiliated expression as he looked at Duanmu Yunchong. You've admitted defeat. What were you doing earlier? What do you mean by that look? If you're not willing, you're still pissing me off. Pissing me off, you're really a piece of trash. After he had finished speaking, Duanmu Yunchong kicked out and sent Lu Hui flying. Duanmu Yunchong, what are you doing? Lu Hui has already admitted defeat, yet you still attack. You have broken the rules. A Vermilion Bird Hall disciple shouted. Who said I attacked? I didn't use any strength at all. I only asked him to move away. He was blocking my foot. I lifted my foot and he flew out. Duanmu Yunchong indifferently said. Nonsense, you did it on purpose? One of the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples roared. On the fighting stage, the Esilavira-robed elder slightly frowned. Duanmu Yunchong had indeed broken the rules. All right, Yunchong, be careful when you lift your feet next time. At this moment, an old and vigorous voice came from the White Tiger Hall. Yes, Principal. Duanmu Yunchong immediately said respectfully. The voice came from the White Tiger Hall's headmaster. On the fighting stage, the Esilavira-robed elder frowned. However, since the White Tiger Hall's headmaster had spoken, he had no choice but to give him some face. After a moment of silence, he announced, Duanmu Yunchong wins this battle. Damn it, the Duanmu family is really shameless. Feng Wu said through gritted teeth. The other Vermilion Bird disciples were the same. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He suddenly said, Don't worry. This Duanmu Yunchong won't be arrogant for long. Feng Wu, Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and the others were taken aback, not understanding what Lu Ming meant. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples went up to help Lu Hui down and the competition continued. The battle was extremely intense and exciting. The geniuses on the bronze list all had combat strength that far exceeded their peers of the same level, and they had all kinds of profound-level martial arts techniques and secret skills, which made people feel very satisfied. Especially the geniuses in the top 10, they were unimaginably powerful. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, they would be dealt with in one move. A few hours later, more than 20 matches had already passed. There were only 5 or 6 more matches left before it would end. Next round, number 51 versus number 46. The Esilavira-robed elder announced. 51 against 46? Why are they so close in ranking? Which two? Number 51 used to be Yao Tianyu, so it's Lu Ming now. Number 46 is Yun Feng from the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Since Lu Ming was able to kill Yao Tianyu, his combat strength was definitely stronger than Yao Tianyu's. Some people had speculated that with Lu Ming's combat strength, he might be ranked around the 40th place. They all thought that Lu Ming was too lucky to be up against Yun Feng. Lu Ming, that little bastard. Why is he so lucky? In the White Tiger Hall area, Lu Yunxiong gritted his teeth. So what if I'm lucky? Even if you're lucky enough to make it into the top 30, you'll still be challenged by others. That'll be even more embarrassing. A young man from the Duanmu family sneered. Lu Ming could not be bothered with the discussions around him. He got up and went up to the fighting ring. Good luck, senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi shouted. However, other than Pang Shi, no one else was cheering for Lu Ming. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples had similar thoughts as the others. They all thought that even if Lu Ming made it into the top 30, he would be challenged by others. If they cheered for Lu Ming now, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? A burly young man from the Black Tortoise walked up to the fighting ring. He was Yun Feng, who was ranked 46th. Lu Ming, although you're very strong, I'll give it my all in this battle. I hope you won't hold back. Yun Feng looked at Lu Ming and said loudly. I know what I'm doing, you can use your full strength. Lu Ming said. Yun Feng's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's confidence made him not dare to be careless. He focused all his attention and exploded with all his strength. A powerful aura burst out of Yunfeng's body. Then, a red light flashed on his body. A black rhinoceros roared, and 4 chakras appeared. His bloodline burst out. Mad rhinoceros slash. Yunfeng sprinted and slashed out with the saber in his hand. A terrifying saber radiance seemed to be able to cut open the space. At this moment, Yunfeng's essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. At this moment, he erupted with extraordinary strength. That's the 3rd stage of a black-grade low-level martial arts technique, and Yunfeng actually broke through. Good. A Silavir-robed elder in the Onyx Tortoise Halls area cheered. The other people present were also shocked. They didn't expect that Yunfeng would surpass them when faced with pressure, causing his black-rank martial skill to break through from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Lu Ming is in danger now. Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. It's even better that you've broken through. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Then, he suddenly took a step forward and dashed toward Yun Peak. The long spear in his hand was pulled forward, bringing out a crescent moon. Fire gun art moon pulling. Clang! The long spear struck Yunfeng's saber, causing a loud boom. The entire fighting ring seemed to shake. Whoosh! Then, a figure flew out like a cannonball and glided more than 30 meters on the huge fighting ring that was more than 200 meters in length and width. Then, his body trembled and he knelt down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The figure that had been sent flying was Yunfeng. One move. With just one move, Yunfeng was sent flying by Lu Ming, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Even a blind person could tell that the difference between Yunfeng and Lu Ming was too great. How did this happen? How could Lu Ming be so powerful? He was simply too strong, terrifyingly strong. Was he still a newcomer this year? Yunfeng had clearly broken through right before the battle, but he was still sent flying with a single strike. Although some people had guessed that Lu Ming would win, they did not expect him to win so easily. Chapter 113, I Admit Defeat. They're not on the same level at all. Lu Ming's abilities are probably in the top 30. That's right. I really didn't expect him to improve at such a terrifying speed. Discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're the best. Pang Shi shouted. Lu Ming, good luck. Lu Ming, you're the most handsome. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples finally couldn't help but shout out in excitement. With the abilities that Lu Ming had displayed, they could finally cheer for him without worry. This kid is not bad. Lanier, you have good eyes. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall stroked his beard and revealed a satisfied expression. Lu Ming, maybe he can enter that place in the future? Mulan sighed. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall's expression changed slightly. Lanier, do you really want Lu Ming to go there? Lu Ming is still too far away from it. I know that Lu Ming is still far from it, but I believe that he will be able to do it in the near future. He has given me too many surprises. Mulan's limpid eyes flickered with hope as she looked at the slender figure standing with a spear in the fighting ring. AI. The Vermilion Bird Hall principal sighed and did not say anything. In the area of the White Tiger Hall. Damn it, how can this little bastard be so strong? Lu Yunxiong was furious. Lu Yao's face was extremely cold, and her eyes flickered with madness and a sinister light. She glared at Lu Ming on the fighting ring and bellowed in her heart. Lu Ming, that damned Lu Ming. You're just a bastard that I abandoned, a piece of trash. How can you be so strong? The trash that I abandoned should be trash for the rest of my life. I will not allow a trash to become stronger than me. I will not allow it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shining with all kinds of light as they looked at the figure on the fighting ring. Other than the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, his eyes were calm and aloof, as if he was not affected by anything. But in the next moment, the sect leader's indifferent and aloof expression disappeared and was replaced with shock. Because a voice came from the fighting ring. I admit defeat. Silence. The entire place quieted down, so much so that even a pin drop could be heard. No matter what kind of expression they had on their faces before, they all turned into one expression in an instant, dumbfounded expression. It was because Lu Ming was the one who had said, I admit defeats. It was not Yun Feng but Lu Ming. Lu Ming admitted defeat. What was happening? How did this happen? The deans of the 4 campuses were all dumbfounded. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were dumbfounded, and so were Pang Shi, Feng Wu, Hua Qi and Mulan. The other Esilavir-robed elders and gold-robed elders were also dumbfounded. What is Lu Ming trying to do? Pang Shi was tongue-tied. Lu Ming has clearly revealed his ability and he can enter the top 30. Why did he suddenly surrender? What the hell is he doing? Feng Wu frowned. That's right. His strength can easily enter the top 30. Hua Qi also frowned and mumbled. He suddenly stopped and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, I know what Lu Ming is going to play. I like it. You know? Why is that? Pang Shi asked in surprise. I can't tell you now, just wait and see. Hua Qi smiled mysteriously. Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others all looked down on her. On the fighting ring, the Esilavir-robed elder's eyes were wide open. He was stunned for a long time before he asked, Lu Ming, what did you say? You admit defeat? Yes, I admit defeat. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me? In front, Yun Feng stood up and glared at Lu Ming. I'm not looking down on you. Don't misunderstand, I'm just admitting defeat. Lu Ming said indifferently. Yun Feng was at a loss for words. The Esilavir-robed elder confirmed once again before helplessly announcing that Yun Feng had won this round. Lu Ming smiled and walked back to the Vermilion Bird Hall area. Fuck, Lu Ming, what are you playing at? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'm not done with you. Feng Wu glared at Lu Ming, gritting her teeth. You'll know in a while. Lu Ming said with a smile. Senior brother Lu Ming, why are you saying the same thing as the love-struck fool? I really don't understand you guys. Pang Shi scratched his head. Lu Ming and Hua Qi looked at each other and smiled. Then, the competition continued. In less than an hour, all 30 matches had ended. Among them, the 4 most popular newcomer kings. One of them was Feng Xinglia. He had not trained for long enough and met an expert who was ranked 21st. He failed. As for Lu Ming, he admitted defeat. The other 2 were extremely powerful, so they naturally advanced easily. The top 30 had already been decided, but it was not over yet. There were still challenges. The Esilavir-robed elders from the 4 courtyards, the Esilavir-robed elders from the sect leader's side, and the 2 gold-robed elders discussed and decided to select 10 powerful challengers. This was because there were indeed some powerful geniuses among them. If they were unlucky, they would encounter those ranked in the top 10 or those ranked in the top 10. Naturally, they were no match for them. Now they had to give them a chance. It didn't take long for the 10 challengers to be announced. I now announce the candidates for the challenge. They are Wu Jin, Huang Fei, Lu Ming. The hosting Esilavir-gowned elder announced. Lu Ming's name was among them. I knew it. Senior brother Lu Ming will definitely have another chance to challenge him. The abilities that he displayed just now are very powerful. Pang Shi said with a smile. At this moment, the names had been announced. The Esilavir-robed elder said, All right, you can choose your target now. As soon as the Esilavir-robed elder finished speaking, a figure quickly leaped onto the fighting ring. The figure was Lu Ming. The crowd was stunned again. Lu Ming had just admitted defeat and was the first one to step onto the fighting ring to issue a challenge. What was he trying to do? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He turned around and looked at the White Tiger Hall. He pointed the spear in his hand and said coldly, Duan Mu Yun Chong, get your ass up here. The cold voice spread throughout the area, causing many people to be shocked. Then, some of them had a look of realization. I know. I know why Lu Ming admitted defeat earlier. His goal was to obtain the right to challenge Duanmu Yunchong. Someone shouted. That's right. Before Lu Ming admitted defeat, he deliberately displayed his powerful combat strength and defeated Yun Feng in one move. He knew that even if he admitted defeat, he would still be given the right to challenge Yun Feng. He's trying to take revenge for Vermilion Bird Hall's Lu Hui. I see. This time, everyone on the field understood. On the highest grandstand, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect looked at Lu Ming curiously and muttered, "This Lu Ming is indeed not bad." It's not easy to attract the sect leader's attention. A golden-robed elder smiled and said. At this moment, the entire place was in an uproar as they entered into a heated discussion. Chapter 114. Chapter 114 Bullying. So this is senior brother Lu Ming's idea. It's so complicated. No wonder I didn't think of it. Love-struck fool, you've thought of it before, haven't you? Pang Shi laughed and asked. That's right. Hua Qi smiled and nodded. When Lu Ming fought, there were only 6 or 7 matches left. He only admitted defeat after displaying his powerful abilities. Isn't that strange? I also deduced from this that he was absolutely confident that he would be selected to challenge. That's why he did that. This guy's way of doing things is really evil and unexpected. Feng Wu said, pouting. Not far away, Lu Hui's injuries had already stabilized. He muttered, Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with gratitude. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples' gazes changed as well. They looked at Lu Ming with admiration. However, it was different for the disciples of the White Tiger Hall, especially those from the Duanmu family. They were all furious. Damn this Lu Ming. He's trying to go against the Duanmu family. That's right. We haven't even settled all the scores from before. Now, he dares to provoke us again. Duanmu Yunchong, go. Let him know that challenging you was a mistake. Some of the Duanmu family's young men shouted. Don't worry. He admitted defeat on purpose and challenged me to stand up for Lu Hui. I will let him know how stupid his actions are. A sinister smile appeared on Duanmu Yunchong's face. He then stepped forward and appeared on the fighting ring like a ghost. Lu Ming, you want to stand up for Lu Hui? Later on, I will make you suffer 10 times more than Lu Hui. Duanmu Yunchong said in a malevolent manner. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. I've seen a lot of trash like you. Every one of them was very arrogant at the beginning. Just like Yao Tianyu and his gang. In the end, they all became dead dogs. That's right. All the best, senior brother Lu Ming. Beat him up until he's a dead dog. Beat him up. Avenge senior brother Lu Hui. All hail senior brother Lu Ming. All the best, senior brother Lu Ming. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples shouted. Previously, Duanmu Yunchong had been too despicable. He had humiliated Lu Hui. The Vermilion Bird Hall's disciples were united against the common enemy. Naturally, they would stand on Lu Ming's side. A bunch of trash. They only know how to shout. Duanmu Yunchong snorted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy. When he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz! All of a sudden, Duanmu Yun became impulsive and he rushed toward Lu Ming. A black-grade low-level movement technique that was as fast as lightning. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. He had no intention of dodging. Just as Duanmu was about to reach Lu Ming's long spear swept out. The half-moon appeared and swept across the land 3 meters ahead. Duanmu Yunchong was greatly shocked. His figure rapidly retreated and dodged this attack by a hair's breadth. Lu Ming, do you think that it's useful to rely on the length of your weapon? In your dreams? Duanmu Yunchong roared loudly. His figure flickered rapidly. In an instant, there seemed to be 3 Duanmu Yunchongs, figures on the field, and they rushed toward Lu Ming. This is the illusionary technique. Duanmu Yunchong has cultivated it to the 2nd level. It is said that if he were to cultivate it to the 6th level, he would be able to create 7 figures. Illusionary technique. It's both real and fake. Let's see how Lu Ming will break it. Some senior disciples discussed. Small tricks. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. He swept his long spear across the two figures in front of him while his other hand blasted the figure behind him. In the next moment, the two figures in front of him disappeared. Behind him, Duanmu Yunchong's palm collided with Lu Ming's fist. Boom! A loud boom resounded. Duanmu Yunchong's expression changed greatly and his body rapidly retreated. How did this happen? Duanmu Yunchong roared. It was simply unacceptable. He was already close to Lu Ming, but he was still knocked back by Lu Ming's punch. How could they fight this? He cultivated movement and palm techniques. He was definitely not Lu Ming's match at a long distance, but he was not Lu Ming's match at a close distance. He was a little confused. Duanmu Yunchong, you are too naive if you think that you can be my opponent in close combat. Lu Ming sneered. His physical body was in the 2nd grade lower tier, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th grade master realm. He was much stronger than he was 2 months ago when he fought Yao Tianyu. Duanmu Yunchong did not train his body and only relied on black grade palm techniques. How could he be Lu Ming's opponent? Buzz! The spear in Lu Ming's hands shook and vibrated violently. The spear's shaft vibrated the air and burst out with powerful air waves that charged toward Duanmu Yun. Bang! Bang! Duanmu Yunchong sent out powerful palm strikes, shattering the air waves created by the spear. However, Lu Ming had already arrived. Buzz! The long spear violently whipped toward Duanmu Yunchong. It was already too late for Duanmu Yunchong to retreat from this spear. Block it! Duanmu Yunchong roared. His bloodline burst out and his palms turned red. The faint sound of a tiger and leopard could be heard. Then, he pushed his palms out and hit Lu Ming's long spear with an overwhelming force. Bang! A muffled sound resounded. Then, the sound of bones breaking and Duanmu Yunchong's miserable shrieks could be heard. Like a kite with a broken string, Duanmu Yunchong's figure was sent flying far away. However, Lu Ming did not stop there. His body moved and he took a few steps forward. It was as if he was riding on the clouds as he rapidly charged towards Duanmu Yun. It was a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique, soaring cloud steps. Although it was not as good as a black-grade movement technique, it was still much more powerful than the dragon serpent steps from before. In an instant, Lu Ming had caught up with Duanmu Yunchong, who was still floating in the air. At this moment, Duanmu Yunchong's facial features were all scrunched up due to the pain. When he saw Lu Ming chasing after him, his eyes were filled with horror and he shouted in a hoarse voice, "No, I." He was about to say, "I admit defeat," but before he could say it, Lu Ming's long spear was pulled out from the bottom. Bang! Duanmu Yunchong's "I admit defeat" was forced back and turned into a mournful scream. His body was like a broken sack as he flew into the sky. He flew up more than 10 meters and landed heavily. Lu Ming pulled out his spear again and he flew up again. At this moment, Duanmu Yunchong was completely dumbfounded and muddle-headed. He had completely forgotten about the matter of him admitting defeat. Everyone present was stunned. This was Lu Ming's combat strength. He was too powerful. Duanmu Yunchong would be completely abused. Lu Ming's black-level spear technique has already reached the peak of the 3rd level and is about to break through the 4th level. In addition to his strong physical body, which is suspected to be of the 2nd stage, his combat strength is very terrifying. Can't you guys see? His body technique is at the yellow level upper rank, but he has already cultivated it to the 6th level. Not bad, it's really terrifying. How long has he been in the sect? How did he cultivate in such a short time? Could this be a peerless genius? His battle strength can't have already entered the top 15, right? It's hard to say. Some of the Esilavir disciples around them looked at Lu Ming in shock and discussed among them Slavirs. However, they did not know that Lu Ming had not exerted his full strength. He had already cultivated the fire gun control art to the peak of the 4th level and had other means. If they knew, they would be shocked to the extreme. Chapter 115. Chapter 115 Challenging the Second Bronze Rank. At this moment, the Duanmu family members in the White Tiger Hall were also dumbfounded. After a long while, someone finally shouted, "Stop! Lu Ming, you bastard! Why aren't you stopping? Duanmu Yunchong has already been defeated. Why are you still not stopping?" "That's right. If you don't stop, you'll be breaking the rules." "Breaking the rules?" Lu Ming sneered. "Duanmu Yunchong did not die. He did not admit defeat. How am I breaking the rules?" "You." The people from the Duanmu family were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Bang! Next, he sent Duanmu Yunchong flying with another spear strike. At this moment, the four principals had different expressions. The deans of the Black Tortoise Hall and the Azure Dragon Hall gloated and watched the show. The White Tiger Hall's headmaster's expression was extremely dark, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. The happiest person was, of course, the Vermilion Bird Hall's director. He scratched his beard with all his might and grinned. Carefree, this was too carefree. "Admit defeat. Duanmu Yunchong, quickly admit defeat." "Admit defeat." The disciples of the White Tiger Hall shouted. However, Duanmu Yunchong was already in a daze. How could he call out? Lu Ming pulled the trigger a few more times before Duanmu Yunchong fell heavily to the ground. His entire body was convulsing. White foam and blood were mixed in his mouth and kept flowing out. His skin and flesh were split open, and more than a dozen bones were broken. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming deliberately controlling his strength. Otherwise, he would have been whipped to death with one shot. Lu Ming stepped on Duanmu Yunchong's body and looked down at him. Duanmu Yun only regained his senses after rushing for a long time. He was scared out of his wits when he saw Lu Ming in front of him. Like a young girl who had been defiled, he shrunk his body and shrieked, Don't hit me." As he shouted, snot and tears flowed down his face. He was really scared of being slapped. When the spear hit his body, the pain was simply soul deep. "Didn't you want me to suffer 10 times worse than Lu Hui? What? Where did the awe-inspiring presence from before go?" Lu Chang looked at Duanmu Yunchong and said indifferently, No, I won't dare to do it again. Just take it as I'm farting." Duanmu Yunchong shouted. "Ha!" Duanmu Yunchong's appearance made everyone burst into laughter. The Duanmu family's disciple's face was extremely dark. This was too embarrassing. "Duanmu Yunchong, hurry up and admit defeat." Someone from the Duanmu family shouted. "I admit defeat. Yes, I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Duanmu Yunchong shouted. It inevitably caused another round of laughter. "Lu Ming, Duanmu Yunchong has already admitted defeat. Why don't you move your foot away?" Someone from the Duanmu family called out. "Oh, good." Lu Ming smiled, moved his leg, and suddenly kicked. Duanmu Yunchong let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. He rolled dozens of times on the fighting ring before coming to a stop. "Lu Ming, what are you doing? Duanmu Yunchong has already admitted defeat, yet you still attacked. You have already broken the rules. We must capture you and punish you according to the sect's rules." The Esilavir-ranked disciple of the Duanmu family roared. "Foul? You must have misunderstood. Just now, it was Duanmu Yunchong who was blocking my feet. When I lifted my foot, he was sent flying. It's all his fault. Why did he lie by my feet for no reason?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "Lu Ming?" The disciple of the Duanmu family trembled in anger. He felt as if he was suffocating and almost spat out blood. Previously, Duanmu Yunchong had treated Lu Hui in the same way. Now, Lu Ming had used it all on Duanmu Yunchong. It was really difficult for them to refute him. Lu Ming, you're really too much. You're not even careful when you walk. You must be more careful next time." The Vermilion Bird Hall principal stroked his beard and laughed heartily. The disciples from the other halls were speechless when they saw the Vermilion Bird Hall chief laughing. "Wasn't your carefreeness too obvious?" This battle, Lu Mingsheng. The Esilavira-robed elder announced on the fighting ring. Mighty senior brother Lu. Junior brother Lu is invincible. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were so excited that they were trembling. They could not hold it in any longer and started screaming madly. It felt good, too good. It was like drinking a glass of cold beer in the middle of the summer. It felt so good that it went straight to the bone. Previously, Duanmu Yunchong had been so arrogant. But now, he was like a dead dog. It was simply too satisfying. In particular, Pang Shi, Hua Qi, Feng Wu, and the others were flushed with excitement. At this moment, the people from the White Tiger Hall had already carried Duanmu Yunchong away. Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming was about to turn and leave, a deafening roar rang out from the White Tiger Hall. Lu Ming turned around and saw a young man in a fiery red robe looking at him with a cold expression. Duanmu Yunyang, that's Duanmu Yunyang. He was the newcomer king 3 years ago. What is he doing? Someone exclaimed. Duanmu Yunyang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Information about Duanmu Yunyang appeared in his mind. Duanmu Yunyang, the new disciple king 3 years ago, was now ranked second on the bronze ranking. Unfortunately, he was being suppressed by Zhang Myun, who was in the same batch as him. It was difficult for him to get first place. Some people said that Zhang Myun was the true king in that episode. Duanmu Yunyang had only won the title because of the number of members in the Duanmu family. But, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Lu Ming, you're really bold. Perhaps you don't know how big of a mistake you've made. Lu Ming, you better pray that you don't meet me later on. Otherwise, I'll make you lose very badly. It's very ugly. Duanmu Yunyang coldly said. He especially emphasized the words, very ugly. The disciples of the Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and Vermilion Bird Halls were all shocked. Especially the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, their faces were even uglier. Duanmu Yunyang had his eyes on Lu Ming. Although Duanmu Yunyang was being suppressed by Zhang Myun, it was undeniable that his combat strength was extremely powerful. He was almost invincible among his peers. There were even rumors that Duanmu Yunyang had once defeated a first-grade great martial master. This was crossing a major realm, not a small level. The strength of his battle prowess could be said to be terrifying. No one would think that Lu Ming was Duanmu Yunyang's match. Perhaps it would only be possible after a year or two. But now it was impossible. Mu Lan, Feng Wu, and Hua Qi were all worried. Pang Shi was the only one who was waving his arms and shouting that he believed in Lu Ming. Oh really? I wish I could meet you. I want to see how you're going to make me lose so badly. Don't be like Duanmu Yunchong, who only knows how to clamor. Yes, Lu Ming replied indifferently and domineeringly. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming wanted to challenge Duanmu Yunyang. Where did he get the guts to do so? In the Azure Dragon Hall area, a man and a woman stood side by side. Among them, the man was wearing a blue robe. He had a slender figure, black hair hanging down loosely, sword-like eyebrows, and eyes like stars. He was just casually standing there, but he had an extraordinary aura, like a king on patrols. He was Zhang Myun, ranked first on the bronze rank. Next to him was an extremely beautiful woman. She was Zhuo Yirong, who was ranked 7th on the bronze rank. Brother Mu Yun, what do you think of Lu Ming? Zhuo Yirong asked. He's extremely talented and a dragon among men. However, he's still young and full of youthful vigor. In 2 years, he'll be a great opponent for me. Zhang Myun smiled. It's rare for you to think so highly of me, big brother Mu Yun, but isn't it great to have a worthy opponent in life? Zhuo Yirong asked, a little surprised. Yirong, you know me best. Zhang Muyun said with a smile. Chapter 116. Newcomer King, Newcomer King. Lu Ming did not say much to Duanmu Yunyang. He turned around and walked down the fighting ring. Lu Ming, thank you. When Lu Ming returned to the Vermilion Bird Hall, Lu Hui cupped his fists and thanked him. You don't have to thank me. I'm not just standing up for you. I just can't stand the Duanmu family's attitude. Besides, the Duanmu family and I have a grudge against each other. Lu Ming said with a smile. You don't like it? Lu Hui and the other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were stunned. Just because of this reason, he went up and ruthlessly beat up Duanmu Yunchong? They felt that they could not figure out Lu Ming's thoughts. The challenge continued. The competition was very intense, and everyone was fighting with all their strength. It was already nighttime when all the challenges ended. Including Lu Ming, there were a total of 5 people who succeeded in the challenge, replacing 5 of the previous 30 people. At this time, the top 30 students from the various academies had all been born. Only 5 people from the Vermilion Bird Hall had made it into the top 30. The Onyx Tortoise Hall was just as miserable as the Vermilion Bird Hall, with only 5 people. The Azure Dragon Hall had 8 members, while the White Tiger Hall had Tulavir members. It was worth mentioning that among the 4 newcomers who had received a lot of attention this time, Feng Xinglia had already been eliminated. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had entered the top 30 as a dark horse. As for the other 2, Ling Kong, the newcomer king from 2 years ago, and Duanmu Yunyang, the newcomer king from 3 years ago, they had naturally entered the top 30 with ease. Feng Fenglai is still too young. He's been in the sect for less than 2 years. It's normal for him to be eliminated. That's right. However, if Feng Fenglai doesn't break through to the martial grandmaster realm in a year or 2, the battle of the bronze rank will be his. That's the normal speed. But what about Lu Ming? Everyone was chatting, but they all thought of a name, Lu Ming. Lu Ming had just entered the sect this year, but he had made it into the top 30. Lu Ming? He's abnormal and can't be calculated according to common sense. Everyone could only comfort themselves with this reason. Today's competition had ended, and it would continue on the second day. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and the rest returned to the dormitory. After a night of silence, they returned to the competition's location the next morning. Now, the top 30 will come up to draw lots. The host was still the Esilavira-robed elder from yesterday. The rules were the same as yesterday. The Esilavira-robed elders would randomly pick 15 people, and these 15 people would then pick the names of the other 15 people. This time, Lu Ming drew number 12. Number 12? It seems like I've finally met a strong opponent. Lu Ming's lips curved into a smile of anticipation. To be honest, he didn't even use his full strength in the previous battles. After the registration, Lu Ming walked towards his seat. Lu Ming, which number did you draw? Mulan asked impatiently as soon as she returned. Today, Mulan did not sit with her grandfather. Instead, she was squeezed together with Feng Wu, Pang Shi, and the others. Naturally, their area was filled with the male Vermilion Bird Hall disciples. Number 12. Lu Ming smiled. Number 12? Azure Dragon Hall's Gu Qing. Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and the others' expressions changed upon hearing this name. Lu Ming, remember, you just have to do your best. Even if you lose, it's worth it to gain something. Mulan heaved a sigh. Senior Sister Mulan, from your tone, it sounds like I'm going to lose for sure? Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. What's wrong? Do you really think you can win against Gu Qing? Mulan's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Ming. Even if I can't win, can't you just cheer me on? Lu Ming did not answer her directly. Instead, he asked her a question and sat down. However, there was an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. This guy? What kind of trump card is he keeping? Mulan glared at Lu Ming for a while, as if she wanted to see through his secret. The first match officially begins. Number 19, Piu Sikhong, versus number 15, Ling Kong. The Esilavira-robed elder announced. Following the Esilavira-robed elder's announcement, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Ling Kong has come out. He's actually going against Piu Sikhong. A battle between the strong. This match is going to be interesting. I don't think so. Ling Kong hasn't fought for half a year. No one knows how strong he is now. However, there's no doubt that Ling Kong has the chance to enter the top 10 this time. It might even be possible for him to enter the top 6. Yeah, the rookie king from 2 years ago is about to be crowned. 2 young figures stepped onto the fighting ring under everyone's gaze. Ling Kong was a bald young man of 17 or 18 years old. His muscles were bulging, and he was filled with explosive strength. He carried an iron rod on his back, and his eyes revealed a beast-like glint. This was Ling Kong, the newcomer king from 2 years ago, the peerless genius of the White Tiger Hall. However, he was not a member of the Duanmu family. Across from Ling Kong was a handsome young man named Piu Sikong. He was ranked 19th on the bronze list and was definitely a master. However, Piu Sichong's expression was extremely grave. Piu Sikong, I advise you to admit defeat. You are not my match. Ling Kong said with a grin. His words were arrogant, but in reality, no one felt that he was arrogant. They only felt that Ling Kong's words were natural because he had the strength to do so. Piu Sichong's eyes flashed, and he said with determination, Ling Kong, if you want me to admit defeat, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Oh, since you're so insistent on fighting, then you should be prepared to get injured. Sometimes, I can't control myself. Ling Kong grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Then take this. Bang! As soon as Ling Kong finished speaking, a vicious light appeared in his eyes. Like a beast, he quickly pounced towards Piu Si. The sharp claw light covered Piu Sichong's body. Piu Sikong unsheathed his long sword, and the sword chi shot up to the sky. Boom! Boom! The claw radiance in the air collided with Piu Sichong's sword chi and both dissipated. You have some skills, but that's all. Let's end this. A cold voice rang out in the air, and a baleful aura spread out from his body. Like a beast in human form, he pulled out the metal rod on his back and smashed it at Piu Sikong. This strike was earth-shattering and had an imposing aura. Piu Sikong exploded with all his strength, but he still couldn't block it. He was sent flying dozens of meters, his body trembling, and he spat out blood. He was defeated in 2 moves. In fact, he was defeated in 1 move. The difference between Piu Sichong's strength and Ling Kong's was too great. Ling Kong is too powerful. He'll definitely be able to get into the top 10. This time, there will definitely be some changes in the top 10. On the grandstand, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Ling Kong was indeed powerful. He could not tell how strong he was. This is more interesting. Then, a trace of fighting spirit flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Ling Kong wins. Next round, number 17 versus number 2. The Asilavira-robed elder announced. Chapter 117. Chapter 117 Flame Cage. Was it number 2 Duanmu Yunyang? Duanmu Yunyang's opponent was number 17, Du He. His strength was even stronger than Piu Sichong's. However, the difference between him and Duanmu Yunyang was too great. 1 blade. With just 1 blade, Du He had been defeated. He had been completely defeated. He did not even have the power to fight back. Duanmu Yunyang's blade was extremely terrifying. It seemed as if it could split the heavens and earth. No one knew how much of Duanmu Yunyang's strength he had used in this attack. However, there was no doubt that it was extremely terrifying. The competition continued. It was even more intense than before. Those who could enter the top 30 were all extremely strong. Some 2 people with similar strength clashed, and the battle was extremely fierce. There was even a battle that took nearly 1,000 moves before the victor was decided. But there were also some battles that were completely one-sided. For example, Zhang Muyun had casually dealt with his opponent with a single palm. Bu Xingkai, who was ranked 3rd on the bronze list, and Duan Gang, who was ranked 4th, had also defeated their opponents with 1 move. What caught Lu Ming's attention was Bu Xingkai, as he was also a spear user. Moreover, he was a genius from the White Tiger Hall. Although the mystical sword sect was known as the Sword Sect, and there were many who used swords, there were also many who used other weapons. That was why there were so many first places. For example, Zhang Muyun was known as the #1 sword among the bronze disciples. Duan Muyunyang was known as the first blade. Bu Xingkai was called the first spear. Number 51, Lu Ming, versus number 12, Gu Qing. The Asilavira-robed elder announced. Gu Qing, Lu Ming's opponent this time is Gu Qing? It seems that this is the end for Lu Ming. However, as a new disciple, it's already amazing that he can reach this stage. If Lu Ming is defeated, he will definitely be defeated. But how many moves can Lu Ming take from Gu Qing? A few moves? In my opinion, 10 moves shouldn't be a problem. It's hard to say. I'm guessing it'll be within 10 moves. Lu Ming ignored the discussions around him. He stood up and walked towards the fighting ring. Senior brother Lu Ming, I believe in you. You will definitely win. Pang Shi shouted. He had blind trust in Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned to Pang Shi and smiled. Big Rock, with your words, I'm sure I'll win. After saying that, he laughed and walked forward. Where does this guy's confidence come from? Mulan pouted. This guy has always been overconfident. Although they said that, there was a flash of anticipation in the depths of their eyes. They were also looking forward to Lu Ming breaking their understanding again. When Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring, Gu Qing also stepped onto the fighting ring. The two of them stood opposite each other. Lu Ming could not help but size Gu Qing up. Gu Qing was dressed in a long purple robe and carried a long sword on his back. He had an ordinary appearance, but there was a burning aura emanating from his body. Junior brother Lu Ming, although you're ranked at the bottom, I won't show any mercy to any opponent. You have to be careful. Gu Qing cupped his fists and was very polite. Senior brother Gu, feel free to use all your strength. If I can't withstand it and get injured, it's my fault for not being good enough. Lu Ming said. Alright, since that's the case, take this. Starfire Prairie Fire. Gu Qing unsheathed the long sword on his back. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword burst out with hundreds of sword chi. Each sword chi was fiery red and filled with a scorching intent, sealing off the space where Lu Ming was. It's here. It's Gu Qing's famous martial art, Starfire Prairie Sword Art. Black-grade low-level martial arts technique, Starfire Prairie Fire, sword chi is like a prairie fire, covering an extremely large area, and it's almost impossible to avoid it with movement techniques. Once you can't avoid it, you'll have to face wave after wave of continuous attacks, without end. I heard that Gu Qing specializes in one type of martial arts technique. He has already cultivated it to an astonishing 4th stage and has reached the point of perfection. Lu Ming, how many moves can you take? The disciples who were watching the battles stared at the fighting ring without blinking. The genius ranked 12th is indeed powerful. A black-grade low-level martial arts technique has actually been cultivated to the 4th stage. Gu Qing's body is definitely not weak either, at least reaching complete grade 1. Otherwise, he would not be able to strike so quickly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not stop and swept the long spear horizontally. Lan Yu. The crescent-shaped spear radiance flashed and produced a powerful force that destroyed the surrounding sword chi. However, a single spark could set a prairie on fire. Once the sword chi was extinguished, even more sword chi emerged and enveloped Lu Ming. Since I can't destroy it, I'll use a powerful force to break this sword technique. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He leaped up and pulled his long spear from the bottom to the top. Wherever the long spear passed, the sword chi was destroyed, revealing an empty area. Landslide. Then, Lu Ming executed the mountain crash from above. At the same time, the essential chi in his body gushed into the long spear wildly. The long spear trembled and was filled with an immense force. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th grade master realm. In addition, his essential chi was 3 times stronger and more condensed than other essential chi. In addition, his physical body was at the 2nd stage lower tier. Although Lu Ming did not unleash his full power, his strength was still extremely shocking. Even if it was a small hill, Lu Ming would have destroyed it with this shot. Boom! The long spear smashed down, and the sword chi was swept away. The violent chi smashed onto Gu Qing's sword, causing his body to shake violently, and he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. CSI! Gasps could be heard all around. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Lu Ming had actually broken Gu Qing's Starfire Prairie sword technique with one shot. The method was brutal and direct, but it was also the most effective. Lu Ming is too powerful. How does he have such great power? Could it be that Lu Ming can win? Isn't this too unbelievable? The disciples of the Four Halls found it hard to remain calm. At this moment, Gu Qing's face was extremely serious, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Junior brother Lu Ming, your talent is really beyond my expectations. However, it's not that easy to defeat me. I can only use that move. I was planning to save it for the top 10, but it's not a waste to use it on you. Flame cage. Gu Qing shouted, and his body suddenly shot up into the sky. Layers of red flames suddenly appeared on his body, as if his whole body was suddenly burning. Then, the flames swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body dodged continuously to avoid the flames. However, as soon as the flames landed on the ground, they started to burn. In an instant, Lu Ming's surroundings turned into a sea of fire. Junior brother Lu Ming, this is my secret skill, Flame Cage. If you can break this move, I'll admit defeat. Gu Qing's voice sounded. Secret art, what a wondrous secret art. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A secret skill was completely different from a martial skill. There was no difference in levels. However, each secret skill was extremely wondrous and difficult to cultivate. It also required some special conditions to successfully cultivate. Once it was used, it could greatly increase the strength of the martial artist. However, there were always losses. Secret skills also had various restrictions. For example, once some secret skills were used, the martial artist would fall into a weak state and be at the mercy of others. Gu Qing's secret skill was to burn his genuine qi as fuel, turning it into a flame cage. Unfortunately, how can flames stop me? Lu Ming's lips curled into a confident smile. Chapter 118, The Reward for First Place. Immediately, Lu Ming's long spear started to wave rapidly. The long spear was brandished and the wind was strong. The fire-patterned spear in Lu Ming's hands seemed to have turned into a fire dragon. And NBSP, hoo-hoo. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The surrounding flames rose and fell with the movement of Lu Ming's long spear. In the end, they were driven by the long spear and turned into a huge fire dragon, dancing around Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the sea of fire with fire dragons dancing around him. He was like a god of fire who had descended to the world. Go! In the end, Lu Ming thrust his spear at the sky. A fire dragon soared into the sky, spiraling up and soaring into the clouds. After reaching a height of 100 meters, the fire dragon slowly dissipated and turned into energy, returning to the heaven and earth. On the fighting ring, where Lu Ming stood, there was no longer any flame. The flame cage was broken. Gu Qing was dumbfounded. He only reacted after a while and forced a smile. Junior brother Lu Ming is a genius. I can't compare to him. Thank you for showing mercy, junior brother Lu Ming. I admit defeat. If Lu Ming had aimed his spear at him just now, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead, given the weakened state he was in after casting the secret skill. I was lucky, Lu Ming said with a smile. I look forward to junior brother Lu Ming entering the top 10. Gu Qing cupped his fists and left the fighting ring. He won. Lu Ming had won again. The disciples of the Four Halls were already too weak to exclaim. They could only feel their lips trembling. In particular, those who had repeatedly thought that Lu Ming was going to stop and lose felt their faces burning hot as if they had been slapped dozens of times. In the area of the White Tiger Hall, Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong's faces were so dark that they looked like they were about to drip water. In the depths of their eyes, there was even a flash of fear. Lu Ming's talent and speed of improvement had already made them a little frightened. No, he's still far from Duanmu Lin's level. Lu Yao clenched her fists tightly as she warned herself over and over again. It seemed that this was the only way she could feel better. Lu Ming wins. The Esilavira-robed elder announced on the fighting ring. Naturally, the entire arena was in an uproar. Lu Ming smiled, walked down the Colosseum, and returned to his seat. How is it? Senior Sister Mulan, I've told you that you should believe me. You're the one who recommended me to come here. If you believe me, it means that you believe in your own judgment. Lu Ming said to Mulan triumphantly when they returned to their seats. You brat, it's still early. You can come and show off after you enter the top 10. At the sight of Lu Ming's smug look, Mulan gritted her teeth in anger. Of course, there was a flash of admiration in the depths of her eyes. Enter the top 10? What's the reward? Lu Ming asked. Reward? What kind of reward do you want? Mulan smiled. Senior Sister Mulan, I'll give you whatever reward I want. Will you be satisfied with it? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Mulan pouted her lips and rolled her eyes. She said, Lu Ming, you can satisfy any condition you want. Sure, unless you can come in first in this competition. First place? Senior Sister Mulan, didn't you say that? Lu Ming stared at Mulan with a faint smile. Looking at Lu Ming's eyes, Mulan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lu Ming can still get first place? Then she shook her head. First place? It was impossible. The abilities of the top few students were terrifying. She was very clear that it was impossible for Lu Ming to get first place. Thinking of this, he felt at ease and smiled. All right, then it's a deal. First place. The others had similar thoughts as Mulan. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was very possible for him to enter the top 10. However, it was impossible for him to be in the first place. The competition continued, and it didn't take long for the rest of the competition to end. However, the top 15 had not been decided yet, because there was still a challenge. This time, the elders would choose the one they thought was the strongest to fill in the 16th place. After that, they would choose 5 people to challenge. The winner would enter the top 16. Not long after, the spots were selected, and the challenge began. This time, no one challenged Lu Ming as he had displayed too powerful an ability. It was already evening when all the challenges ended. As for the top 16, they had already been announced. The White Tiger Hall was still in the lead, occupying 7 spots. The Azure Dragon Hall had 4, the Vermilion Bird Hall had 3, and the Onyx Tortoise Hall had it the worst with only 2 in the top 16. As expected, Gu Qing of the Azure Dragon Hall had fought his way back to the top 16, proving his strength. The top 10 geniuses all made it into the top 16. Today's competition had ended. The next morning, the competition continued. This time, it was still decided by drawing lots. This time, after the lots were drawn, the Esilavira-robed elder announced the name list for the duel. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Lu Ming against Ling Kong. That's right, it was a battle between the 2 newcomer kings. For example, the other powerhouses who were ranked higher didn't fight against each other. Naturally, the battle between Lu Ming and Ling Kong attracted a lot of attention. The entire audience was discussing the battle between Lu Ming and Ling Kong. They were all guessing who would win. Lu Ming's performance was too amazing. They did not dare to say that they would definitely win in the air. Under everyone's anticipation, the match began. Duanmu Yunyang was the first to go up, and his opponent was actually Gu Qing. This was a one-sided battle. Gu Qing had used all of his strength to cast the blazing cage, but it had been split apart by Duanmu Yunyang's blade. Duanmu Yunyang had won with an overwhelming force. Then, Zhang Muyun, Biu Xingkai, Duan Gang, and the others also went up one by one. They won without any suspense. On the other hand, Cheng Feichen had only managed to defeat his opponent after a bitter battle. Finally, it was Lu Ming and Ling Kong's turn in the 7th round. Chapter 119. Chapter 119 Secret Skill, Mad Beast Technique. Finally, it was Lu Ming and Ling Kong's turn in the 7th round. The atmosphere of the entire place was ignited. In the area of the White Tiger Hall. Ling Kong, don't hold back when dealing with Lu Ming. It's best if you can cripple him. Duanmu Yunyang coldly spoke. Duanmu Yunyang, are you giving me orders? I'm telling you, I, Ling Kong, am not your Duanmu family's dog. Don't talk to me with that tone. Ling Kong grinned, his face filled with arrogance. Ling, what did that mean? Lu Ming is the White Tiger Hall's enemy. Another youth from the Duanmu family said with an ugly expression. He is the enemy of the Duanmu family, not mine. However, I will give it my all. It's not because of the Duanmu family, but because Lu Ming is a good opponent. Ling Kong pouted and continued. With that, his figure flashed in the air and he rushed towards the fighting ring. This Ling Kong, relying on the grandfather of a gold-robed elder, is simply unruly. He's a scourge. A young man from the Duanmu family said. Don't worry, he'll have to submit to us sooner or later. Duanmu Yunyang sneered. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Ling Kong stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, good luck. Senior brother Lu Ming is invincible. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples shouted and cheered for Lu Ming. Ling Kong, invincible, go Ling Kong. Senior brother Ling Kong beat Lu Ming up. He will definitely win. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall were not to be outdone, and they also shouted. After that, the disciples from both sides began to glower at each other. The competition had not even started, but the disciples from both courtyards were already at daggers drawn. Lu Ming, I know you're still hiding your strength. Your blood has never erupted before. Show me all your strength. I won't show you any mercy. He looked at Lu Ming from above, his eyes filled with wildness. I can't ask for more. Lu Ming smiled. Good, huh? Ling Kong laughed. The two of them looked at each other. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. The fighting ring rumbled and the two figures rushed at each other. Demonic Wind Staff Technique Mountain Split. Fire Gun Art Mountain Crash. The iron rod in the air and Lu Ming's long spear collided heavily. Clang! As if two ancient demons had collided, an earth-shaking boom was heard. At the point where the spear and the iron rod met, two rays of light, one red and one yellow, exploded violently, forming a huge storm that swept in all directions. The surrounding grandstands, even if they were a few hundred meters away, still felt like a strong wind was blowing, and people were almost blown away. Wasn't he too strong? What kind of power was this? Is this still the strength of a master realm? Some of the disciples were horrified. It was just a single move, but the power was terrifying. In the fighting ring, the two exchanged a blow and both retreated 7 or 8 steps. What a powerful force. Ling Kong's body is even stronger than mine. It has already reached the 2nd grade upper tier, and his profound level martial skill has also reached the peak of the 4th stage, no weaker than mine. It seems that I can't win against him with only 60% of my strength. Lu Ming's mind was racing. The strength of Lu Ming's essential chi far exceeded that of an average peak 9th grade master. In the previous confrontation, he had only used 60% of it at most. All right again. It roared in the air and its muscles squirmed. Like pieces of iron, it rushed toward Lu Ming at high speed. Then 70%. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot and his body dashed out like a gust of wind. Clang! There was another violent explosion. This time, he retreated in the air, but Lu Ming only swayed a little. Lu Ming has the upper hand. Is he going to win? It's not that easy, just wait and see. Boom! After retreating in the air, he charged at Lu Ming like a wild beast that had gone mad. Clang! Clang! The two of them continued to exchange blows. Ling Kong was forced back each time, but he would charge forward again in the next moment. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Everyone present held their breath and watched without blinking. Some of the younger ones were even more excited. It was too exciting and violent. The two of them directly met force with force. It was simple and violent, but it was the most shocking. In the area of the 4 courtyards, there were some people who had extremely grave expressions. For example, Su Song, who was ranked 8th, Dong Ce, who was ranked 9th, and Lei Dong, who was ranked 10th. This was because the strength that the two of them had displayed was already close to their own. Clang! With another move, he was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps. This time, he did not continue to attack. Ha, awesome, awesome, this is too awesome. Lu Ming, you're not like those sissies who wield an embroidered sword and learn some slimy body techniques. You're not like a man at all. I must treat you to a drink after this competition. Ling Kong laughed. All right, I'll be waiting for your wine. Lu Ming smiled, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Such a direct collision also made Lu Ming's blood boil. However, Lu Ming, if this is all you have, I'll be the winner of this round. Ling Kong said as he licked his lips. Boom! Soon after, Ling Kong's body flashed with a blood-red light as his bloodline exploded. His bloodline was a 6th-level bloodline. In the mystical sword sect, most of the top geniuses had a 5th-grade bloodline. Only an extremely small number of people had bloodlines of the 6th rank. It was as fierce as the wind, as high as the sky. There was not a single person with a rank 6 bloodline in this batch of newcomers. Before Lu Ming rose to power, many people said that this year's batch was the weakest in recent years. Of course, everyone who said that now kept their mouths shut. Pai Li Pa La. At the same time as Ling Kong's blood vessels burst out, his body actually let out a sound like beans being fried. Soon after, Ling Kong's muscles wriggled, his bones shifted, and he actually began to swell. In just a few breaths' time, Ling Kong's body had grown several times in size. He was like a giant ape, and a violent and fiendish aura emanated from him. Mad Beast Technique, Secret Technique, Mad Beast Technique. Ling Kong actually mastered the Mad Beast Technique. With Ling Kong's strength and the Mad Beast Technique, how terrifying would he be? This is the strength of the top 5. A series of exclamations came from the stands. It's actually the Mad Beast Technique. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This was something that Hua Qi had not recorded. The Mad Beast Technique was a secret technique that allowed one to transform into a beast and increase one's strength by a large margin. However, its weakness was that it didn't last long and placed a huge burden on the body. After using it, the body would be weak for a period of time. Receive my attack. He roared in the air and charged at Lu Ming like a giant ape. His speed was much faster than before. The eruption of his bloodline and the Mad Beast Technique had more than doubled Ling Kong's combat strength. Boom! The thick iron rod smashed down on Lu Ming. The metal cudgel smashed through the air, producing a rumbling sound. It was extremely terrifying. In that case, I'll use 100% of my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and the essential qi in his body suddenly burst out. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body exploded with a terrifying aura. Streams of extremely powerful essential qi wrapped around him. Buzz! 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 At this moment, Zhang Muyun, Duanmu Yunyang, Biu Xingkai, and Duan Gang all stood up from their seats. Chapter 120, Entering the Top 10. Zhang Muyun, Duanmu Yunyang, Biu Xingkai, and Duan Gang stood up at the same time. The 3 people behind them looked especially serious. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear swept out and once again collided with the iron rod in the air. The strong qi spread out and stirred up gusts of strong wind. Some of the disciples at the front of the stands with slightly weaker cultivation were directly swept up by the strong wind. If it were not for the help of the disciples with higher cultivation, they would have been blown away. It was too terrifying. This attack had already surpassed the realm of martial masters and reached the realm of great martial masters. After a loud noise, the 2 figures separated at the same time and slid back more than 10 meters. This power is really strong. Let's continue. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he continued to rush forward. Again. He roared in the air and pounced at Lu Ming again. Clang. The two of them collided again. The two of them separated after one strike and then clashed again. Clang. Clang. On the fighting stage, it was as if two ancient gods were bombarding each other. The terrifying collision sounds were deafening, and those with lower cultivation had to use their martial arts to resist. It's too terrifying. Is this the strength of two new generation kings? Only the top 5 of the bronze rank can have such combat strength, right? That's right. Those who are ranked 5th on the bronze list are definitely not this powerful. The most terrifying one is still Lu Ming. He just joined this year. It's really shocking. I wonder if Lu Ming can break senior brother Feng Wuji's record. Back then, senior brother Feng Wuji managed to get to the 5th place as a newbie in his first year. Just wait and see. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. Clang. Clang. The explosions continued, and after exchanging hundreds of moves, the two of them separated and stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, I've lost. Ling Kong sighed. Suddenly, his body trembled and he fell to the ground, panting heavily. Whether it was the Mad Beast technique or the bloodline explosion, they couldn't be maintained for too long. At this moment, the time was up. As Ling Kong admitted defeat, the crowd boiled over, especially the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples who were shouting Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming's victory basically meant that he had entered the top 10. This time, the Vermilion Bird Hall might have 2 people in the top 10, which was already very good. They would definitely not be at the bottom. In the past 7 to 8 years, the Vermilion Bird Hall had always been at the bottom. Lu Ming, if there's a chance in the future, let's fight again. Ling Kong said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Haha. Ling Kong laughed as he walked down the fighting ring and went back to his normal self. He might have another match next. Lu Ming came down from the fighting ring. After that, another match continued. It didn't take long for the competition to end. After the competition ended, it was the elders' turn to have a headache. This time, the elders were going to choose 2 of the strongest to make up for the top 10. Then, from the remaining 6 people, 3 people would be chosen as challengers to challenge the top 10 experts. If they could win, they would replace them. After an intense discussion, the candidate was finally chosen. Without a doubt, Ling Kong's combat strength was obvious to all. He was directly placed in the top 10 as one of the first 2 places. Then, the other 3 began to issue challenges. Similarly, no one had challenged Lu Ming. When the challenge ended, this year's top 10 was finally born. This year's top 10 was not much different from the previous bronze list. The previous top 10 on the bronze list were: First place, Zhang Muyun, Azure Dragon Hall. In second place was Duanmu Yunyang from the White Tiger Hall. Third place, Biyu Xingkai from the White Tiger Hall. Fourth place, Duan Gang, Onyx Tortoise Hall. Fifth place, Duanmu Qin, White Tiger Hall. Sixth place, Cheng Feiqing, Vermilion Bird Hall. Seventh place, Zhuirong, Azure Dragon Hall. Eighth place, Su Song, Black Tortoise Region. Ninth place, Dong Si, Azure Dragon Court. 10th place, Lei Dong, White Tiger Hall. Among them, there were 4 from the White Tiger Hall. 3 of them were in the top 5, and they were extremely powerful. The Azure Dragon Hall had 3, the Onyx Tortoise Hall had 2, and the Vermilion Bird Hall had 1. This time, there was a slight change. Ling Kong and Lu Ming had made it into the top 10. Su Song, who was originally in 8th place, and Lei Dong, who was in 10th place, were not destined to be in the top 10. In this way, the White Tiger Hall still had 4 people, the Azure Dragon Hall had 3, the Onyx Tortoise Hall had the worst, with only Duan Gang, and the Vermilion Bird Hall had 2. The top 10 would have to fight against each other. In other words, each of them would have to compete with the other 9. In the end, they would be ranked according to the number of victories they won. Today's competition had come to an end. The battles between the top 10 would be held tomorrow. Lu Ming, it's already very good that you can achieve this result. Don't feel pressured in tomorrow's competition. Just perform as you normally would. Mulan said. However, she was smiling so much that her eyes were almost squinting. That won't do. I'm going to get first place. I'm still waiting for your reward, senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming said half-jokingly. All right, then you have to work hard. Mulan's face was slightly red. She cast a glance at Lu Ming, immediately causing Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and the rest to stare at him. Then, Mulan left the place with light steps. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and Hua Qi also walked back together. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and started cultivating the fire gun controlling art. Today's battle with Ling Kong could be said to be extremely satisfying. Other than the last move of the fire gun technique, the explosion of his bloodline, and the fire force, he had already used all his strength. He had 100% of his cultivation, a second-grade lower-tier body, and the fire gun controlling art. Lu Ming had benefited a lot from this battle. He felt that the fire gun art was not far from a breakthrough. In the midst of the wonderful chanting, Lu Ming was quietly comprehending the firearms control art. The fire-patterned spear in his hand started to dance unconsciously. The strong wind whistled and the long spear broke through the air. Time passed by unknowingly. 3 hours had passed when Lu Ming stopped. I've finally reached the 5th level of the fire gun art, the perfection level. There was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. The fire gun technique had been stuck at the peak of the 4th level for a long time. Finally, after the battle with Ling Kong, he had a breakthrough. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyun Yang, how strong are you? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. After that, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique to cultivate. At this moment, the White Tiger Hall's headmaster was seated in a resplendent hall. Below him were Duanmu Yunyang, Biu Xingkai, and Duanmu Chen. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have reached such a terrifying level. You must be careful when you meet him tomorrow. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall warned. Don't worry, Di. Lu Ming is no match for me. I'll definitely teach him an unforgettable lesson tomorrow. I'll let him know who's the one with the bronze first spear. Bu Xingkai said confidently. Although Lu Ming is quite powerful, he's not a threat to me at all. My goal is to defeat Zhang Muyun and take the first place. Duanmu Yunyang said with bright eyes. All right, Yunyang. If you can defeat Zhang Muyun this time, the family will definitely reward you handsomely. The White Tiger Academy president said. Chapter 121. Chapter 121 Consecutive Battles. Somewhere in the Onyx Tortoise Hall, a vigorous voice rang out. Duan Gang, you're the only one left in the Onyx Tortoise Hall this time. You must enter the top 3 this time, or else my Onyx Tortoise Hall will be at the bottom. Don't worry, Dean. Duan Gang will definitely do his best. Zhang Muyun and Zhou Yirong stood side by side in a courtyard of the Azure Dragon Hall. Big brother Mu Yun, this time, Duanmu Yunyang will definitely want to obtain the first place. Are you confident? Zhou Yirong asked. In another year, Lu Ming can be my opponent. No one else. Zhang Muyun let out a long sigh. His sigh seemed a little lonely, but it also showed his strong self-confidence. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Countless people were looking forward to tomorrow's battle. At first, everyone thought that there were 2 main points to watch in this competition. The first was to see which rank he could get in the air. Second, who would emerge as the champion in the battle between Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun. After all, Duanmu Yunyang was the newcomer king of that generation. However, he was suppressed by another person. He wanted to defeat Zhang Muyun at all times. But now, there was one more thing to watch. How high would Lu Ming, the newcomer king, rank this year? Therefore, it was even more exciting. Under everyone's anticipation, the night passed. The sky had just turned bright when Feng Wu and Mulan arrived at Lu Ming's dormitory. After that, everyone had their breakfast and walked towards the competition ground together. When they arrived, they were shocked. There was already a sea of people here, and the number of people was much more than yesterday. The Asilavir disciples who did not come yesterday put down their work and rushed over. In addition, some Asilavir-robed elders had also arrived. The 10 people today were all true geniuses. They weren't the kind of old disciples who were stuck at the peak of the 9th grade master realm and couldn't break through. They were all young and were just suppressing their own cultivation. As long as they broke through to the great martial master realm, they would be considered geniuses among the great martial masters. They could even fight above their level. In the future, they might be able to enter the Asilavir ranking. Therefore, Asilavir disciples also attached great importance to them. Not long after, the deans of the 4 schools and the sect masters all arrived. Clang, clang. With the 9 melodious bell chimes, the exciting battle between the top 10 had just begun. All right, the battles of the top 10 will begin now. This battle will be divided into 9 rounds. The first match of the first round, Ling Kong vs. Duanmu Chun. On the fighting ring, a Asilavir-robed elder announced the verdict. Everyone's spirits were suddenly lifted. They didn't expect that the first round would be such a big show. Duanmu Chen, who was ranked 5th on the bronze ranking list, was going to be the winner. On the platform, the two of them stood facing each other. Duanmu Chen was a rare genius of the Duanmu family. His sword technique was unparalleled, second only to Zhang Muyun on the bronze ranking. Duanmu Chen, you're no match for me. Ling Kong was still confident, wild, and filled with fiendish qi. Not necessarily. Duanmu Chen said coldly. Buzz. Buzz. The two of them moved at the same time. Duanmu Chen's sword qi was incomparably sharp. It tore through the air and the sword broke through the firmament. It was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he encountered Ling Kong. Ling Kong didn't care what kind of sword qi it was. He smashed it with his iron rod. When Ling Kong unleashed his mad beast technique, Duanmu Chen was completely outmatched and was completely suppressed by Ling Kong's violent attacks. This round, Ling Kong won. Ling Kong won, and Duanmu Chen is no match for him. Lu Ming, who's even more powerful, is definitely stronger than Duanmu Chen. Indeed, Lu Ming and Ling Kong are both capable of making it to the top 5. The victory in the air inevitably reminded people of Lu Ming. The second match, Zhang Muyun vs. Dong Si. The judge announced the start of the second round. There was no suspense in this match. Dong Si had admitted defeat directly before he even made a move. It was unwise to attack when he knew he was no match for them. There was more than one battle today. There were still many more to come. If he used up too much energy, it would be disadvantageous for the later battles. He might as well admit defeat. The third round, Lu Ming vs. Cheng Fei. It's actually Cheng Fei Ching? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Vermilion Bird Hall only had the two of them in the top 10. He did not expect them to face each other in the first round. The two of them ascended the fighting ring from the same area. Cheng Feichen, around 17 or 18 years old, was dressed in a red dress and looked extremely beautiful. There were only 2 women in the top 10. Cheng Feicheng and Zhou Yirong were both famous beauties in the mystical sword sect, and were known as the sect's top 10 beauties. At this moment, Cheng Fian's beautiful eyes were bright. She looked at Lu Ming. Junior brother Lu Ming, I didn't expect that we would meet in the first round. This is such a coincidence. What a coincidence. Senior sister, please enlighten me, Lu Ming smiled. It's fine if you want to teach me, but how can I be your opponent? I admit defeat for this round. Cheng Feicheng's beautiful eyes flickered as he smiled. Admit defeat? Lu Ming was a little stunned. That's right, junior brother Lu Ming. You're the hope of the Vermilion Bird Hall. We're counting on you this time. Cheng Feicheng's eyes narrowed as he smiled and walked down the fighting ring. Then, Lu Ming's first round ended easily. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were not too surprised. After all, Cheng Fian and Lu Ming were both disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall. There was no reason for them to compete with each other and waste their combat strength. The fourth match, Duanmu Yunyang vs. Zhou Yirong. The competition continued. Duanmu Yunyang and Zhou Yirong also had no suspense. Zhou Yirong had only made a few symbolic moves, and seeing that she was no match for him, she simply admitted defeat. Then came the fifth match, which was also the match that everyone paid more attention to in the first round. Bu Xingkai vs. Duan Gang. Bu Xingkai, ranked third on the bronze list, was known as the #1 spear user. His attack power was extremely strong. As for Duan Gang, he ranked fourth on the bronze ranking list and was known as the #1 defensive master. His defensive ability was unparalleled among the bronze disciples. On the other hand, his close combat ability was also very strong. This was a battle between the strong. Duan Gang, let me pierce through your turtle shell today. Bu Xingkai held a black spear and pointed it at Duan Gang. It was sharp and overbearing. If you have the ability, try it. Duan Gang's figure was burly and strong. His muscles were bulging, and one could tell at a glance that he was a body tempering expert. Kill. Formation-breaking spear art. Bu Xingkai rushed toward Duan Gang and thrust his long spear. The sky was filled with spear shadows, and he attacked Duan Gang. Black turtle protection. Duan Gang let out a soft cry, and his body began to glow. 5 shields that looked like turtle shells condensed around his body. At the same time, he put on his spirit weapon gloves and clawed at Bu Xingkai. His sharp claw radiance was like a blade. As soon as they exchanged blows, the two of them began an intense battle. Bu Xingkai's attacks were like a storm, continuous. However, Duan Gang's defense was impenetrable. Every time Bu Xingkai's spear radiance stabbed at Duan Gang, it was blocked by the turtle shell shield around his body. For a moment, it was difficult to determine who was better. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were all watching intently. That's amazing! So, that's the power of the top 4 on the bronze list? Pang Shi was dumbfounded as he muttered to himself. Senior brother Lu Ming, who do you think will win? Pang Shi suddenly asked. Chapter 122, The Two Geniuses Who Are Far Ahead. Lu Ming sorted out his thoughts and said, both of them have cultivated the path of the physical body. Duan Gang's physical body should have reached the amazing complete grade 2, while Bu Xingkai's is in the upper tier of grade 2. But Duan Gang is focused on defense. Although he has also cultivated an offensive dark level martial skill, he has only cultivated it to the 3rd level. On the other hand, Bu Xingkai's spear technique has already reached the 5th level. As time goes on, Bu Xingkai will definitely win. Or, if Bu Xingkai has a killing move, he will win soon. Mu Lan looked at Lu Ming in surprise and said, Lu Ming, you have good taste. Look, Bu Xingkai is about to use his ultimate move. At this moment, Bu Xingkai leaped up from the fighting ring. His body was more than 20 meters high. Then he pointed his long spear downward and stabbed toward Duan Gang. Toxic Dragon Drill? Go! Bu Xingkai shouted. As he descended, the spear started to spin rapidly with the tip of the spear as the center. Indistinctly, a black evil dragon could be seen emerging with astonishing might. Black turtle protection, indestructible. Shield! Duan Gang roared as he circulated his protective divine art with all his might. A total of 5 tortoiseshell-shaped shields completely covered his body. Boom! An earth-shattering boom was heard. The black and yellow lights almost flooded the fighting ring. After a while, a figure slid back quickly and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was Duan Gang. Bu Xingkai, on the other hand, stood proudly with a long spear in his hand. Other than his heavy breathing, he was completely fine. Bu Xingkai had won. The crowd sighed, especially the disciples of the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Duan Gang had been defeated by Bu Xingkai. It seemed impossible for him to enter the top 3. Bu Xingkai is the winner of this round. Alright, the first round is over for today. Take a break. Those who have just unleashed their bloodline power will be given a blood clotting pill to recover as soon as possible. Then, we'll proceed to the second round. The judge announced. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The mystical sword sect was really generous for this competition. They had even taken out blood clotting pills. The blood clotting pill could restore the power of one's bloodline for a short period of time after consumption, allowing one's bloodline to erupt again. It was extremely precious. Even the lowest grade that could restore the bloodline of a master realm martial artist was frighteningly expensive and extremely difficult to refine, so it was naturally extremely rare. About half an hour later, the second round of the competition began. The first match, Cheng Feiqing vs. Zhuo Yirong. The judge announced. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Among the top 10, there were only 2 women. He didn't expect to meet them now. 2 graceful figures floated up and landed on the fighting ring. Both of them were extremely beautiful and were known as one of the 10 beauties of the mystical sword sect. Standing on the same stage, it was like a beautiful scene. Senior Sister Desk, please. Junior Sister Cheng, please. The 2 of them cupped their fists at each other and started fighting. Cheng Feiqing's weapon was a sword, and his bloodline was a fire spirit bird, so her sword technique was of the fire attribute. Sword chi burst forth and it was extremely hot. Zhuo Yirong was using a 3-meter-long soft whip. With the addition of her plant-type 1000 Fate Vine, they complemented each other well. The soft whip in her hands was ever-changing, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. 2 graceful figures even shuttled back and forth on the fighting ring like 2 dancing butterflies, which was pleasing to the eye. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, Zhuo Yirong still lost because Cheng Feima's flames were effective against her. There was not much change in his ranking on the bronze lists. The ranking on the bronze ranking list was determined by the elder of the mystical sword sect based on the battle records, the combat strength of the participants, and the battle techniques they were good at. It had to be said that it was really accurate. The second match, Duanmu Chen vs. Dong Si. There was no suspense in this battle. Dong Si tenaciously resisted more than a dozen moves and was still defeated. The third match, Zhang Muyun vs. Biyu Xingkai. This was the highlight of the show. Zhang Muyun, ranked 1st, versus Biyu Xingkai, ranked 3rd. Zhang Muyun was wearing a white robe and had a warm smile on his face. However, the moment he attacked, his sword chi was shocking and his sword light illuminated the 90 states. He was like a sword immortal. Although Biyu Xingkai was powerful, he couldn't last more than 10 moves even with all his strength. 8 moves, he was defeated in just 8 moves. And Zhang Muyun didn't even activate his bloodline. Strong, too strong, Zhang Muyun was almost invincible. Now, everyone was looking forward to Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun's battle. Perhaps only Duanmu Yunyang could compete with Zhang Muyun. The fourth match, Duanmu Yunyang vs. Ling Kong. It was another highlight, and the atmosphere was even more lively. This was another battle between 2 new generation kings from the White Tiger Hall. Ling Kong, do you still want to fight me? You should know that you're no match for me. Duanmu Yunyang said indifferently as he held his battle blade. Haha, Duanmu Yunyang, when did you see me surrender without a fight? Let's cut the crap and fight. He laughed loudly in the air. Then, he directly used the Mad Beast technique and burst out with his most powerful combat strength as he charged towards Duanmu Yun. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Duanmu Yunyang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his battle blade. As the battle sword was unsheathed, the surging blade energy came out. Buzz! A blade energy, more than 10 meters long, slashed down from the sky. Ling Kong roared like a mad beast. The iron rod brought about a loud rumbling sound as it smashed toward the blade light. With a loud bang, the fighting ring shook. Ling Kong's figure shook slightly, and his attack was blocked. However, Duanmu Yunyang's attacks were like water that had opened the floodgates. They surged and surged towards the sky in an endless stream. The domineering blade rays shot out one after another, as if they would never stop. 8 moves. Just like how Zhang Muyun defeated Biyu Xingkai, he was defeated in 8 moves and was cut off the fighting ring. That's amazing. Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun are far ahead of the top 10. It's hard for the others to compete with them. It's all up to the two of them. Perhaps they'll be able to put on an earth-shattering battle. The disciples of the 4 courtyards discussed excitedly. The 5th round, Lu Ming versus Duan Gang. At this moment, the judge announced the 5th match. It's here. The battle between Lu Ming and Duan Gang will determine who the top 5 will be. If Lu Ming can defeat Duan Gang, he'll definitely make it into the top 5 and compete with Biyu Xingkai for the 3rd place to determine who's the bronze first spear user. That's right. However, according to my speculation, if Lu Ming only has the combat strength that he had when he fought with Ling Kong, it would be very difficult for him to break Duan Gang's defense unless he has other unique skills. That's hard to say. Can't you see that Lu Ming's blood meridian didn't erupt? This was really the case. I almost forgot. Amidst the discussions, Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring. Duan Gang stood in front of Lu Ming like an iron tower. At this moment, Duan Gang's expression was a little grave. At this point, he no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming. He knew that he had to fight with all his might. Otherwise, he might very well be defeated by Lu Ming. Chapter 123. Chapter 123 Unstoppable Winning Streak. Junior brother Lu, please? Please. The two of them cupped their fists. Boom. Then, Duan Gang stomped on the ground heavily. His tall body was like a chariot, charging toward Lu Ming in an overbearing manner. Duan Gang was a close combat expert, so he had to close the distance. Fire gun art broken armor. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming used the armor fragment. The penetrative power of this move was extremely strong, second only to the last move, explosion. Black turtle protection. Duan Gang didn't hesitate and executed his defensive martial skill, and 5 tortoiseshell-shaped shields appeared. Clang! The spear struck one of the shields, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. Lu Ming felt as if the long spear had stabbed into an iron mountain. The long spear bent into a bow shape. Lu Ming borrowed the rebound of the long spear and drifted backward. What a strong defense! Lu Ming was full of admiration. However, he did not know that Duan Gang's shock was even greater than his. He felt that his defense was almost penetrated by Lu Ming's long spear. Is this Lu Ming's ultimate move? If he isn't, then he's too powerful. He's even stronger than Biyu Xingkai. Duan Gang was shocked, but he did not stop and continued to rush toward Lu Ming. His hand was like an eagle's claw, and he struck out a dozen sharp claw lights. Fire dance. Lu Ming's spear trembled and flames appeared one after another, destroying Duan Gang's claw radiance. Then, more than 10 flame flowers landed on Duan Gang's protective shield, causing ripples. Landslide. Lu Ming took advantage of the momentum and jumped up, his long spear smashing down on Duan Gang. Boom! The spear smashed into Duan Gang's protective shield, causing it to shake violently. Duan Gang's expression changed drastically, and his body staggered backward. He took 5 or 6 steps back before he could stabilize himself. He's retreating. Duan Gang has retreated. He's so strong. I feel that Lu Ming's attack is even stronger than when he was fighting Ling Kong yesterday. That's right. Did he hide his strength yesterday? This is unbelievable. On the viewing platform, Ling Kong's eyes revealed a beastly glint as he muttered, "This guy was clearly at the 4th level yesterday, but he's already at the 5th level today. Could it be that he broke through last night? That's impossible, right?" Lan Yu. As soon as Duan Gang retreated, Lu Ming cast the attack with the largest area of effect, moon canvas. A crescent moon formed and heavily struck Duan Gang's protective shield. Bang! Duan Gang retreated again. Lightning. Then, he became one with the spear and arrived as fast as lightning. This spear attack once again caused Duan Gang's protective shield to tremble. Ah! Duan Gang roared and threw a few punches in succession. He charged at Lu Ming without a care and shouted, "Lu Ming, if you have a unique skill, you should use it as soon as possible. You can't break my defense like this." From the start of the competition, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming. He was really aggrieved. In this case, he could not get close to Lu Ming at all. It was impossible for him to win. If he wanted to lose, he might as well lose in a straightforward manner. "All right, as you wish." Explode. All the essential chi in Lu Ming's body surged out and rushed toward the long spear, gathering at the tip of the spear. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, the spear streaked across the sky and once again stabbed into Duan Gang's protective shield. Boom! In an instant, the genuine chi at the tip of the spear suddenly erupted like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, erupting with a powerful and shocking destructive powers. Gotcha! Duan Gang's protective shield cracked and then exploded with a bang. Then, Duan Gang let out a blood-curdling screech, and his body flew far away. His entire body was covered in blood. Who? As Duan Gang flew out, all the disciples of the four courtyards let out a long breath. Lu Ming has won. He's in the top 5. It's a sure thing. I wonder who's stronger, him or Biyu Xingkai. It seems to be Lu Ming. In the area of the White Tiger Hall, everyone from the Duanmu family had ugly expressions on their faces. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were even more so. That's true, but breaking senior brother Feng Wuji's record is already shocking enough. Chapter 124. The Peak Battle. I really can't see through this guy. Does he really want to fight for first place? Mulan's face had been completely replaced by a smile. Pang Shi and Hua Qi were so excited that they were trembling and speechless. Then, the competition continued. After the 5th round was the 6th round. In the 6th round, Lu Ming was up against Ling Kong. Lu Ming and Ling Kong had already fought yesterday. Therefore, there was no need for them to fight again. Ling Kong simply admitted defeat. In the 6 rounds of competition, only 3 people had maintained a winning streak. They were Zhang Muyun, Duanmu Yunyang, and Lu Ming. By this time, the situation was slowly becoming clear. Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang were in 1st and 2nd place. Lu Ming was in 3rd place. Bu Xingkai should be in 4th place. As for the 5th and 6th place, it should be between Ling Kong and Duan Gang. In the latter part of the sentence, Dong Si was almost in the 10th place. There was no suspense, and the difference should not be big. There were only 3 rounds left. Everyone's focus was on Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang. They wanted to know who would be the champion. Of course, there was still Lu Ming. Would Lu Ming be able to fight against the first 2? How many moves could he block? Everyone's attention was on these points. Under everyone's anticipation, the 7th round began. The first match of the 7th round, Ling Tian versus Duan Gang. This battle could be said to be the longest and most intense battle in the competition. Both of them were violent and bombarding the fighting ring like 2 demons fighting. After a few hundred moves, Duan Gang was the one who won in the end because the duration of the art of aerial beast frenzy had passed. The second match was Lu Ming against Zhuirong. Zhuirong simply admitted defeat. The third match finally ushered in the most important match, and also the match that everyone was most concerned about. Zhang Muyun versus Duanmu Yunyang. The pinnacle battle between the 2 of them had started ahead of schedule, meeting in the 7th round. 2 figures, one from the east and one from the west, walked up to the fighting ring. In an instant, the entire place boiled over. One was the best swordsman, and the other was the best saber user. The battle between the 1st and 2nd place on the bronze ranking list could stir up the blood of the young martial artists. Many people were speechless and stared at the 2 people in the fighting ring with wide eyes. Zhang Muyun, I lost to you a year ago. That was a disgrace to me. Now, I will take back the glory that belongs to me and step on you. Duanmu Yunyang's gaze was like a tiger's and was extremely overbearing. Even when facing Zhang Muyun, he was still arrogant and overbearing. This was his natural personality. He could be considered a tyrant. However, Zhang Muyun was more like a king. He had the posture of a dragon and a tiger, and his eyes were like stars. He always had a gentle smile on his face. Duanmu Yunyang, you lost to me last year. You don't stand a chance this year, and you won't stand a chance in the future. The gap between us will only grow further and further. Zhang Muyun's voice was calm and gentle, but it was filled with unparalleled confidence. If an ordinary person dared to say this, everyone would think that he was arrogant, and looked down on everyone. However, when Zhang Muyun said this, no one felt that he was arrogant or condescending. Instead, they felt that he was speaking the truth. Because he had the right to say so. I told you to take back your words. Take this. Duanmu Yunyang said coldly. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Duanmu Yunyang's body. He didn't move, but a several-meter-long battle blade completely condensed from true qi appeared above his head. It cut through the air and charged toward Zhang Muyun. Buzz! With a sword cry, a giant sword formed above Zhang Muyun's head and slashed forward. Boom! The saber and the sword met, stirring up countless sword qi and saber radiance that shot out in all directions. The blade qi and sword qi hit the ground. If it were not for the inscriptions on the ground, it would have been full of holes. It was just a test, but it had already reached such a terrifying stage. Destruction Blade Art, Spirit Destruction. Duanmu Yunyang's battle blade was unsheathed. It was as if a demon had broken through its restraints and reappeared in the world. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split the void as it slashed toward Zhang Muyun. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. Zhang Muyun's body did not move, but his long sword was unsheathed. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, a sharp and merciless will filled the air, and the entire world seemed to be enveloped by his sword qi. Buzz! A light sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. If one did not listen carefully, one would not be able to hear it. A sword light flashed and shot out before the sound could be heard. Boom! This sword qi wasn't as overbearing as Duanmu Yunyang's blade light. However, it was able to destroy Duanmu Yunyang's blade light with a single strike. Obliteration Blade Art, Exterminate the Heavens. Duanmu Yunyang shouted. Duanmu Yunyang's entire body sank into a deathly silence as the blade was unleashed. He no longer had any feelings. Humans were heartless, but the saber was even more heartless. There was only an endless sharpness that could kill everything in the world. 4-season sword technique, overflowing with spring, break. Zhang Muyun made a faint sound and thrust his sword forward. In an instant, hundreds of sword qi appeared in the sky. The sword qi was fine and dense, like spring rain, and enveloped Duanmu Yunyang's blade technique. If Duanmu Yunyang's blade technique represented destruction, then Zhang Muyun's sword technique represented vitality and hope. The streaks of sword qi were like drops of spring rain. Although each drop was not powerful, when they were combined, their power was endless. The saber radiance and sword qi dissipated in the air. Wonderful, this is simply too wonderful. Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang's black-grade low-level martial arts techniques have already been cultivated to the highest level, man and martial arts as one. He's definitely at the realm of man and martial arts merging, far surpassing the others. Moreover, their physical bodies are both complete rank 2. It's really amazing. Both of their bloodlines are at level 6. Their combat strength has completely exceeded the martial master realm. Killing an ordinary first-grade great martial master won't be a problem. Are they the top 2 geniuses on the bronze list? It's indeed shocking. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and he sighed in his heart. Beside him, Mulan glanced at Lu Ming and said, "How is it? This is the strength of Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang. Do you still have the confidence to obtain first place after seeing their battle strength?" "Why not?" Lu Ming said, revealing a meaningful smile. "This guy? You're pretending to be profound, right?" Mulan felt that she could not understand Lu Ming. She did not know if he was telling the truth. Obliteration blade art, world destruction. Duanmu Yunyang bellowed and instantly slashed out 18 times. Each of the 18 blade lights was extremely terrifying. The key was that the trajectory of each slash was erratic, like a wild horse out of control, jumping and unpredictable. 4 Seasons sword technique, scorching summer. The sound of a sword rang out, and a sword light appeared in the sky. It gave off a dazzling light, like a sun. This sun was actually continuously shooting out dense sword chi. No matter how unpredictable Duanmu Yunyang's blade lights were, they all crumbled under the sword chi. The autumn wind is bleak. Then, Zhang Muyun's next move was unleashed. The fighting ring seemed to have fallen into a state of desolation. Everything was dead and the autumn wind was blowing. A lonely sword light flashed across the sky and slashed toward Duanmu Yunyang. Boom! Duanmu Yunyang was forced to retreat rapidly. Chapter 125. Chapter 125 Gold Force. Duanmu Yunyang retreated while Zhang Muyun advanced. Winter Thunder Shock. Zhang Muyun instantly slashed out 9 swords. The sound of thunder rumbled as 9 lightning swords headed toward Duanmu Yunyang. World Annihilation. Duanmu Yunyang roared. A deathly white sword light soared into the sky as he used all his strength to resist. After the light had dissipated, Duanmu Yunyang quickly retreated. A deep, bloody gash had appeared on his shoulder. Duanmu Yunyang, I've said it before. You're not my match. Zhang Muyun's clothes were as white as snow as he stepped forward. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. With their cultivation, as long as they want to, they can break through to the martial Grandmaster realm in the blink of an eye. There will be no bottlenecks in the martial Grandmaster realm, and they can break through all the way. After all, they have accumulated too much. A powerful Esilavir rank disciple exclaimed. Haha, Zhang Muyun, you think you've won? Take my last move. Blood exterminating slash. Duanmu Yunyang laughed out loud. Blood gushed out from his wound and formed a blood blade in the air. Slash. Duanmu Yunyang waved his hand. The blood blade turned into a blood-red light and slashed toward Zhang Muyun. Zhang Muyun's eyes flickered, and a sword light whizzed out, hitting the blood blade. However, the blood saber suddenly dissipated and turned into a blood mist. Then, the blood mist condensed and turned into blood leopards that rushed toward Zhang Muyun. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Muyun's long sword swept out, and streams of sword chi flew out, scattering the blood leopards. However, after the blood leopards scattered, they turned into blood mist and then condensed back into blood leopards again. It seemed endless. What a strange secret technique. Is this Duanmu Yunyang's trump card? I have never heard of Duanmu Yunyang knowing this secret technique. It seems that he has had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Could it be that Zhang Muyun is going to lose? Ah, Zhang Muyun, this blood obliteration slash is meant to deal with you. Today, you'll definitely lose. Duanmu Yunyang laughed wildly. Duanmu Yunyang, I thought you had some capabilities. Once your cultivation level is higher, this secret skill will no longer be of any use. Let me tell you what the Great Tao is. Break. As Zhang Muyun finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura rose from his body. An incomparably sharp, all-conquering aura suddenly exploded out. That's right, it's Jeech. Buzz. Bzzz. At this moment, the big shots of the 4 halls, such as the 4 deans, the Esilavira-robed elders, and the gold-robed elders, all stood up from their seats. In addition to the sect leader, there were also 2 bright lights in the sect leader's eyes. Force, it's the metal force. Zhang Muyun has actually comprehended the control force. He's a genius, a genius. He actually comprehended control force at the Master Realm. Incredible. Haha, our mystical sword sect has another true genius. The Esilavira-robed elders cried out in excitement. Hearing the Esilavira-robed elders' words, the confused disciples were shocked. The bronze disciples, including most of the Esilavir disciples, had not yet comprehended the control force, but they had heard of it and knew its power. How could they not be shocked? The force of metal was indestructible and extremely sharp. As soon as the metal force was used, everything was broken. In an instant, the blood leopards surrounding Zhang Muyun were shattered and could no longer form again. Duanmu Yunyang let out a blood-curdling screech and retreated a dozen steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Aha, Zhang Muyun, I didn't expect you to have comprehended control force. I lost, I didn't lose in vain. Duanmu Yunyang laughed miserably. A dispirited look appeared on his face. The overbearing aura that he had exuded earlier had disappeared without a trace. Zhang Muyun was right. Secret techniques were just a small path. Controlling force was the true path. The earlier one comprehended controlling force, the more useful it would be in the future. Zhang Muyun was able to comprehend the control force at the master realm, which meant that his talent was far above his. Perhaps he would never be able to catch up to Zhang Muyun in his life. At this moment, he had lost all fighting spirit. Yunyang, what are you doing? Martial artists walk against the heavens. Only with the will to fight and become more courageous can one step into the peak of martial arts. You wake up. The White Tiger Hall's headmasters suddenly shouted. The shout was like thunder, exploding in Duanmu Yunyang's ears. Duanmu Yunyang was startled and suddenly woke up. He was instantly scared and broke out in cold sweat. He was in a very dangerous situation just now. If he didn't wake up in time, his state of mind might be shattered, and he might lose his way on the path of martial arts, never to improve again. This was the so-called inner demon. Thank you, Principal. Duanmu Yunyang bowed to the White Tiger Hall's headmaster. Then he looked at Zhang Muyun. His eyes were filled with a domineering aura as he said, Zhang Muyun, I will catch up to you sooner or later. I will take back the glory that belongs to me. Then he turned around and left the fighting ring. Zhang Muyun wins this round. Let's move on to the next round. The judge announced. The competition continued. However, after the peak battle just now, the next few matches could no longer arouse the interest of the crowd. In most people's eyes, the results of this competition were already out. The first place would definitely go to Zhang Muyun, and the second place would go to Duanmu Yunyang. Although there were still 2 more rounds, there was no suspense. Not long after, the 7th round ended. After a short rest, the 8th round began. There were not many changes in the first 4 matches, as the outcome was within everyone's expectations. The 5th match, Lu Ming vs. Duanmu Yunyang. The judge announced the names of the players in the 5th match. Everyone's spirits were slightly lifted. Finally, it was time for the battle between Lu Ming and Duanmu Yunyang. Previously, Lu Ming had repeatedly slapped the Duanmu family's people in the face. Duanmu Yunyang had said that he would make Lu Ming lose unsightly. Lu Ming also responded strongly. The 2 of them had yet to fight, but sparks were already flying. Now that they had finally met, what would the result be? How many moves could Lu Ming block? Would he be badly abused? The 2 of them walked onto the fighting ring and stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, it's finally our turn. I still keep my word. If you don't admit defeat quickly, you'll be defeated very badly. Duanmu Yunyang's voice was ice-cold and still extremely overbearing. How could he be defeated so easily? Are you talking about yourself? Previously, you were indeed defeated very unsightly and gracelessly. Your heart of martial Dao almost collapsed. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was referring to the battle between Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have brought this up. Since you've brought it up, it's not something that can be wrestle-levered by a terrible defeat. Duanmu Yunyang's expression turned completely cold. It was as cold as the Arctic Ocean. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. He did not bother to hide it. Duanmu Yunyang has the intention to kill. Lu Ming is in trouble. Lu Ming is acting on impulse. He shouldn't have provoked Duanmu Yunyang. That's right. Other than not being allowed to harm lives, there are no other restrictions on the fighting ring. If Lu Ming refuses to admit defeat, even the sect master will not be able to interfere. Lu Ming's consequences are worrying. Some disciples shook their heads. They felt that Lu Ming's actions were unwise. This would only anger Duanmu Yunyang even more. Why bother? But this was not the result he wanted. He had an idea, a crazy idea. He wanted to make use of Duanmu Yunyang's pressure to break through his cultivation. Otherwise, with his current cultivation base, even if he could defeat Duanmu Yunyang, it would be difficult to defeat Zhang Muyun, who had also comprehended the control force. Only with great pressure could he break through his limits and break through his cultivation. Only then could he fight Zhang Muyun. Let's see how you're going to take my third saber, World Annihilation. Duanmu Yunyang roared as 18 blade lights were released from his battle blade. Each of the 18 blade lights was ever-changing and unpredictable. Each of them was extremely powerful, as if they could kill everything. It was known as the world-destroying one. Although it was an exaggeration, one could still see its power. It seems like I can only activate my bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he activated his blood meridian without hesitation. There was a flash of blood-red light and Lu Ming's aura grew. A surge of devouring power covered his entire body. Lu Ming's strength increased by 40% and he charged directly at the saber ray. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming was drowned by the 18 sword gleams. On the fighting ring, there were only pale sword gleams and fiery red spear gleams, as well as a series of booming sounds. Can Lu Ming block it? At the scene, everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring for fear of missing out on the important scene. After 18 consecutive explosions, a figure rushed out. His long spear turned into a half-moon and swept toward Duanmu Yunyang. It was Lu Ming. He was not injured at all. Although Duanmu Yunyang's blade radiance was powerful, half of the attack had been devoured by Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline. The remaining attacks could no longer harm Lu Ming. Duanmu Yunyang's expression changed when he saw that Lu Ming was not injured and was even charging at him with an attack that was stronger than before. Slash! In a hurry, he slashed out with his saber. Clang! Duanmu Yunyang's body trembled and he couldn't help but slide back more than 10 meters. Unfortunately, the aura on Lu Ming's body had weakened greatly. The burst of his bloodline could only last for 5 breaths, which was too short. Lu Ming, damn it, go to hell. Blood exterminating slash. Duanmu Yunyang flew into a rage after being forced back by Lu Ming's spear. He slashed his arm with his saber and a stream of blood spurted out. It formed a blood-red saber in the air and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he retreated quickly. However, the blood-red saber seemed to have a mind of its own as it chased after Lu Ming. Lightning! The spear struck the blood-red saber. The saber was crushed by the spear and turned into a blood mist. Then, it condensed into blood leopards that pounced at Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming was enveloped by the blood leopards. Lu Ming, enjoy. It's not bad that you can force me to use this move, but that's all there is to it. Ha! Duanmu Yunyang laughed wildly. Stop. Duanmu Yunyang, you've won this battle. Stop your secret technique. Mulan cried out with an unsightly expression. Stop? Mulan, Lu Ming didn't admit defeat himself. The battle is still in progress. How can he stop? Duanmu Yunyang sneered. Mulan's expression was ugly. Lu Ming, she called out, the battle ends here. Admit defeat. However, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to it and focused all his energy on fighting the blood leopards that were pouncing at him from all directions. Lu Ming's energy, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. He circulated the true war dragon technique to the extreme and fought the blood leopards that pounced at him from all directions. The long spear swept out, and the blood leopards were destroyed. However, they immediately condensed again and continued to attack endlessly. Lu Ming fought with all his might and raised his potential to the maximum. 9th grade Master Realm, break. His potential was stimulated in the great battle. Lu Ming fought as he broke through. After countless attacks, the barrier to the 9th grade Master Realm finally loosened. Boom! In the end, there was a loud boom as the barrier was broken. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. And NBSP, hoo-hoo. Lu Ming's body seemed to be breathing. The essential qi in his body was getting stronger and thicker. Breakthrough. Lu Ming is breaking through. A Sylavir-robed elder shouted madly. Chapter 127. You're not worthy to be my opponent. Oh my God, he's really breaking through. He's breaking through in the middle of a great battle. This is crazy. The crowd was already boiling. Lu Ming had actually made a breakthrough in the middle of an intense battle. How strong and determined did he need to be to achieve this? Ordinary people simply couldn't do it. Breakthrough? No, that's not right. In that case, Lu Ming did not reach 9th grade Master Realm before? This. Many of the disciples looked at each other. It was only then that they realized that Lu Ming had not reached the 9th grade Master Realm. Previously, Lu Ming's performance was too strong, and his true qi was condensed and strong. Most of the disciples of the 4 courtyards naturally thought that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the 9th grade Master Realm. Other than a few Sylavir-robed elders and above who had already seen through it, most of the disciples thought so. Now, he suddenly realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th grade Master Realm. This was too unbelievable. All of them stood there with their mouths agape. And NBSP, hoo-hoo. The spirit qi between heaven and earth continued to gather towards Lu Ming. The aura on Lu Ming's body rose rapidly. Boom! Lu Ming's momentum was like a rainbow. He had officially stepped into the 9th grade Master Realm. Lu Ming, even if you have a breakthrough in your cultivation, what's the use? You're destined to lose today. Duanmu Yunyang roared after a brief moment of shock. Oh really? Lan Yu? After stepping into the 9th grade Master Realm, Lu Ming's essential qi had doubled. The long spear swept out, and a thunderous sound was heard. Bang! Bang! As the spear swept across, the blood leopards exploded in the air one by one, but they continued to condense, but their speed was much slower than before. Duanmu Yunyang's move wasn't unbreakable. As long as the power reached a certain level, it would also collapse. Just like Zhang Muyun's control force, he destroyed this move in one move. Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. Blood exterminating slash. Duanmu Yunyang roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was even a drop of blood essence in the blood. Duanmu Yunyang was going all out. He could not accept being defeated by Lu Ming. He had even forced out a drop of blood essence. One must know that there were only 9 drops of blood essence in the human body. It was extremely difficult to recover after using 1 drop. This was a matter that would greatly damage one's vitality. The blood condensed in the air and turned into blood leopards that pounced at Lu Ming. These blood leopards were more solid than the previous ones and were more powerful. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to break this. Go to hell. Duanmu Yunyang laughed crazily. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely cold. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He held his spear and stood quietly on the fighting ring. He looked indifferently at the blood leopard that was pouncing at him and muttered, Duanmu Yunyang, my cultivation base has already broken through. It's time to end this farce. What? Duanmu Yunyang was stunned. The presidents of the 4 great academies, the Sylavir-robed elders, and the disciples of the 4 great academies were all stunned. A farce? What do you mean by that? But in the next moment, they knew what it meant. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Lu Ming's body. The aura was brutal and powerful. Everyone seemed to see a volcano erupting, and hot lava spewed out, wreaking havoc in the world. Force, the force of fire. All the disciples, Sylavir-robed elders, and deans of the 4 great academies widened their eyes and mouths in disbelief as they looked at the tall figure on the fighting ring. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment, and the entire place was silent. Lu Ming had actually comprehended the control force. It was too shocking. It was already shocking enough that Zhang Muyun could comprehend force. However, he had already been in the sect for more than 3 years. But he had just entered this year. Break! At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The surging aura, combined with his martial arts technique, turned into a spear ray and blasted out. Boom! The blood leopards that were pouncing towards Lu Ming were instantly crushed and dissipated into the air. The spear's radiance continued to bombard Duanmu Yunyang's body. Duanmu Yunyang let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying far away. Duanmu Yunyang has been defeated. It was not known who shouted, but it instantly ignited the entire scene, and the entire place fell into a clamor. Lu Ming! Zhang Muyun muttered as he stood up from his seat. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. The 4 chiefs and the sect leaders also stood up from their seats. Their eyes flickered, and their expressions were different. Impossible? Impossible? How is that possible? Lu Yunxiong and Lu Yao kept shaking their heads, finding it hard to accept this. Arg. But. On the battle stage, Duanmu Yunyang was struggling to get up. His hair was disheveled and he was shouting hysterically. He couldn't bear all this. Lu Ming looked at Duanmu Yunyang indifferently and said, Duanmu Yunyang, weren't you very confident before that you would never lose to me and that it would be the biggest joke in the world to lose to me? Then what about now? Lu Ming took a step forward and glared at Duanmu Yunyang. Duanmu Yunyang, you're arrogant and conceited. You have no regard for anyone and keep saying that you want to take back the glory that belongs to you. Other than relying on your family, what are you? Without the Duanmu family, you are nothing. Lu Ming's every word was like a sharp blade, stabbing into Duanmu Yunyang's heart. No, it's not like that. You're talking nonsense, you're talking nonsense. How could this be? Duanmu Yunyang's hair was disheveled as he shouted like a madman. Previously, he was extremely overbearing and confident. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all and thought that he would never lose. However, the reality was that he was defeated in front of everyone. To a proud person like him, it was a huge blow. Lu Ming, shut up. The White Tiger Hall's headmaster bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Yunyang, wake up. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall wanted to use the same old trick to wake Duanmu Yunyang up. Unfortunately, Duanmu Yunyang didn't regain his consciousness like before. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He ignored the White Tiger Hall's dean and shouted, Duanmu Yunyang, you will never be my opponent after today's defeat. Furthermore, you are not worthy of being my opponent. You're not worthy to be my opponent. These words directly struck the depths of Duanmu Yunyang's heart. No, I won't. I'm invincible. Duanmu Yunyang let out a loud cry. His eyes turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground and fainted. Damn it, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you. The White Tiger Hall's dean was furious. An aura as deep as the ocean rose from his body, powerful to the extreme, and pressed toward Lu Ming. In that instant, Lu Ming felt as if he was being crushed by a huge mountain. He was unparalleled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his figure was pushed back dozens of meters. Duanmu Pejuan, what are you doing? The Vermilion Bird Hall chief was furious. He also released a powerful aura to block the White Tiger Hall chief's aura. What are you doing? Lu Ming, that little bastard, deliberately destroyed Yunyang's state of mind and ruined his martial arts path. He deserves to be punished and killed. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall roared. After Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun's battle, I thought that there was no more suspense. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. It's beyond my imagination. A battle of the peak. This is a battle of the peak. the clash of power. This year's bronze level competition is too exciting. It was extremely rare for two bronze disciples to comprehend the control force. If one appeared, another would appear every few years. However, there might not be two at the same time even after decades. This was a rare situation, and everyone was looking forward to it. Before this, no one thought that Lu Ming was Zhang Muyun's match. However, after Lu Ming burst out with his aura, he was completely capable of fighting Zhang Muyun. The 9th round begins. After half an hour of rest, the judge announced the start of the 9th round. It was unknown if the ruling was intentional or if it was a coincidence, but the battle between Zhang Muyun and Lu Ming was placed at the end. The first 4 matches passed quickly. Duanmu Yunyang did not participate in the battle. Finally, it was the last match. The 5th match, Lu Ming vs. Zhang Muyun. With the judge's announcement, the bottom line ignited the atmosphere of the audience. Countless people began to shout, "Lu Ming, you can do it. Lu Ming, senior brother Lu Ming is invincible. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to bear your children. Nest, will Lu Ming take a fancy to you? You're shameless, get lost. Lu Ming is definitely interested in me. You're the shameless one. Why don't you look in the mirror? Can you compare to me?" The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall cheered for Lu Ming crazily. There were even many young female disciples who were shouting with infatuation. There were even some female disciples who were jealous and fought with each other. Lu Ming was young, but his cultivation level was extremely high. There was no need to mention his talent. Moreover, he was handsome and had a great attraction to girls. It was normal. Go, senior brother Zhang Muyun. Senior brother Zhang Muyun will definitely win. The Azure Dragon Hall's people were also shouting. Zhang Muyun's popularity was also extremely exuberant. It was just that he and Zhuirong were already a public couple, which broke the hearts of many girls. The two of them entered the fighting ring amidst the cheers. After half an hour, Lu Ming had been shaken by the aura of the White Tiger Hall's dean. He had only suffered some minor injuries and was no longer in serious danger. Junior brother Lu Ming, I didn't expect the final battle to be with you. Zhang Muyun smiled. His smile was gentle and comfortable. This wasn't an act, it was an innate ability. In fact, Zhang Muyun was very popular in the mystical sword sect. Not only was he talented, but he was also gentle and sincere. He would not act high and mighty just because he was talented. Therefore, Zhang Muyun's friends were all over the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming had a good impression of Zhang Muyun. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior brother Zhang, it's my honor to be able to fight you." Haha, that's exactly what I wanted to say. However, although junior brother Lu's talent is far above mine, it won't be that easy to defeat me today. Zhang Muyun smiled. I will do my best. All right, let's do our best. The two of them looked at each other, and a powerful aura burst out from their bodies at the same time. One was extremely sharp and indestructible. A wave of violent heat burned everything. Boom! Even before he moved, the two's momentum had already begun to clash and collide. With a loud boom, the fighting ring was suddenly replaced by a sharp and hot aura, which spread out in all directions. The disciples on Lu Ming's side suddenly felt as if they were enveloped by a scorching and violent aura. It was as if they had been placed in a furnace and they felt extremely uncomfortable. On Zhang Muyun's side, everyone felt a sharp pain on their skin, as if they were being cut by sharp sword energy. If not for the Esilavir-robed elders' timely intervention, many of the weaker cultivators would have been severely injured on the spot. Level 4 Sword Art, Scorching Summer. Fire Gun Art, Mountain Collapse. The two of them launched their attacks at the same time, rushing towards each other. Chapter 129, Number 1 of the 4 Courtyards. The two figures crossed the distance of 50 meters in an instant and collided. Clang! A strong wind blew, and the two of them flew back after the blow, but in the next moment, they continued to fight. Zhang Muyun's swordsmanship combined with metal force became extremely sharp. There was nothing that it couldn't break. On the other hand, Lu Ming's spear technique combined with the force of fire. It was overbearing and destructive. Both of them were the representatives of attacks and had extremely strong offensive power. Naturally, there was nothing fancy about the battle. They fought openly and wildly like a storm. The disciples of the four courtyards and the elders in the stands stared at the arena without blinking, staring at the two figures in the fierce battle on the fighting ring. For those who were not strong enough, they could only see two figures fighting on the fighting ring. They could not see the exact situation of the battle. Ding ding ding. In a few breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of moves, and the hot sparks flew everywhere. This kind of soul-shaking battle made everyone forget to breathe, and their faces were red. The explosions became more and more frequent, and the two of them fought faster and faster, their battle more and more intense. Wonderful, this is simply wonderful. You saw the details of their fight. It's exciting because I can't see it clearly. The insiders looked at the tricks, while the outsiders watched the fun. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation bases watched with great interest, while some of the disciples with higher cultivation bases watched with a serious expression. Sect leader, who do you think will win? A golden-robed elder asked the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. The mystical sword sect leader smiled and said, both of them have just comprehended their sure not long ago. They're both at the beginner level, so it's hard to tell who's stronger. Zhang Muyun's physical body and martial arts technique are stronger than Lu Ming's, but Lu Ming's cultivation technique is no small matter. His essential qi is rich and condensed, which is stronger than Zhang Muyun's. But from what I understand, Zhang Muyun has more than one black-level martial arts technique, and Lu Ming's blood meridian has not erupted either. However, Lu Ming's blood meridian is very peculiar, and it seems like it can only erupt for a few breaths. Hence, it's hard to predict the outcome of this battle. The two of them are both people with profound fortune, each with their own opportunities. A gold-robed elder sighed. After so many battles, the unique characteristics of Lu Ming's essential qi and blood could not be hidden from the eyes of the sect leader and the golden-robed elder of the mystical sword sect. However, in the world of martial Tao, everyone had their own opportunities. This was very normal. With their status, they naturally would not covet the opportunities of a few juniors. They were even happier when their disciples had opportunities. This way, the sect would become even stronger in the future. I can't win. Lu Ming must not win. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They kept screaming in their hearts, hoping that Zhang Muyun would win. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun had exchanged more than 100 moves. More than a minute has passed. There's less than a minute left before Zhang Muyun's bloodline power burst. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Two-handed sword doctrine. At that moment, a long sword appeared in Zhang Muyun's other hand. He held a long sword in each hand and attacked Lu Ming. Two-handed sword. Lu Ming was shocked. Not only him, but everyone else was also shocked. Two-handed swords were not something that just anyone could master. It could be said that only those with extraordinary talent could master it. Two-handed swords. The power of two swords working together was even stronger, and NBSP, whoosh. The entire sky was filled with sword shadows that were aimed at Lu Ming. There's actually such a move. Let's decide the winner. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then, there was a flash of blood and his blood meridian exploded. Explode. Taking advantage of his blood meridian eruption, Lu Ming cast his strongest move. The true qi in his body rushed toward the long spear and gathered at the tip of the spear. It condensed into a point and then exploded. Boom! Clang! Clang! There was a violent explosion, followed by the rapid sound of metal clashing. Buzz! A figure flew out. It was Zhang Muyun. He was panting heavily, and a part of his sleeve had disappeared. Lu Ming stood where he was, panting heavily. Using the explosion consumed a lot of essential qi. However, he was unscathed. How is it? Everyone in the audience stared at the fighting ring with their hearts in their mouths. I've lost. Suddenly, Zhang Muyun sighed. What? Zhang Muyun admitted defeat? Could it be that the victor had already been decided? I think they're both fine. Are you blind? Didn't you see that part of Zhang Muyun's sleeve was shattered? Geniuses like them don't need to be injured to determine the winner. One move, or even half a move, would be enough to determine the winner. I see. Oh my God, isn't Lu Ming the first place this time? That's right. He's a dark horse, but he's a dark horse too. He's a dark horse all the way to the end. Before the start of the competition, no one had expected that Lu Ming would come in first. Most of the people felt that it was already very shocking that Lu Ming could enter the top 30. No one would think that Lu Ming would get first place, not even in their dreams. Almost everyone thought that the first place would be between Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang. But the truth made everyone's jaws drop. Impossible, impossible. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were dumbfounded. I can't let this go on. I can't let Lu Ming continue to develop. If this goes on, there will be no place for me in the future. I must think of a way to kill him. After recovering from his shock, Lu Yunxiong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Thanks for letting me win. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming cupped his fists. Lu Ming is the winner of this battle. The judge announced loudly. Boom! The crowd instantly boiled over, especially the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, who were screaming madly. Lu Ming is invincible. Long live Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I love you. All the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, regardless of gender, started to scream. It was no wonder they were so crazy. All these years, the Vermilion Bird Hall had always been at the bottom of the 4 halls and had been ridiculed by the other halls. It was impossible to say that they didn't feel sullen. But now, a new disciple from the Vermilion Bird Hall had won the bronze level competition. This was an honor for the entire Vermilion Bird Hall. They felt like they had won and could hold their heads up high. Naturally, they went crazy. Among them, Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others were the loudest. Lu Ming walked down the Colosseum with a smile. Naturally, he was surrounded by a group of Vermilion Bird Hall disciples. Some female disciples, in particular, were trying their best to squeeze themselves ears onto Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was not a gentleman, he was still embarrassed. It took her a lot of effort to squeeze to Mulan's side. Hey, you guys are too disloyal. Why didn't you come and help me? Lu Ming was sweating profusely. It was more tiring than having a big battle. Lu Ming, you're the most popular person in the Vermilion Bird Hall now. It feels good, right? Mulan seemed to be smiling yet not. Chapter 130, Generous Reward. Senior Sister Mulan, I've won first place now. I can name the reward as I wish. Lu Ming sized Mulan up and smiled. The smile on Mulan's face instantly disappeared. She became flustered and blushed as she cried out, Lu Ming, what are you looking at? You're so young, yet you're always thinking of such shameless things. Shameless business? Senior Sister Mulan, are you mistaken? I'm just thinking about what kind of reward I should get. What are you thinking? Lu Ming pretended not to know anything and said in surprise, especially the last sentence, which was dragged out. You. Mulan was a little overwhelmed. Giggle. Feng Wu chuckled. She had suffered this move from Lu Ming before. Then tell me now, what reward do you want? Mulan forced herself to remain calm as she asked. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it. Lu Ming smiled. Cunning. At the side, Feng Wu and the rest gave Lu Ming a contemptuous look. At this moment, the judge began to announce the rankings. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was ranked first with a record of total victory. Zhang Muyun had 8 wins and 1 loss, so he was ranked second. As for Duanmu Yunyang, although he was absent from the battle, his battle prowess was obvious to all. After a discussion among the elders, he was ranked third. Bu Xingkai was fourth, Duan Gang was fifth, Ling Kong was 6th, Duan Muchen was 7th, Cheng Feiqing was 8th, and Zhuo Yirong 9th. Dong Si was the most miserable. With a record of complete defeat, he was ranked 10th. Among the top 10, the White Tiger Hall had 4 people. Moreover, they were all ranked very high, so their total points were first. The Vermilion Bird Hall had 2 people. However, since Lu Ming was ranked first, his total points jumped to 2nd place. The 3 from Azure Dragon Hall were ranked 3rd. The Onyx Tortoise Hall only had Duan Gang, and he was ranked 4th. When the ranking of the 4 halls came out, the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, the Vermilion Bird Hall dean, and the elders were all ecstatic. The Vermilion Bird Hall was supposed to be at the bottom, but now, they had suddenly shot up to 2nd place. In the coming year, the sect's resources would definitely be inclined towards the Vermilion Bird Hall. Moreover, the New Year's recruitment was about to begin in 3 months. By then, Lu Ming's reputation would definitely attract many young talents to join the Vermilion Bird Hall. This would be a virtuous cycle. In a few years' time, the Vermilion Bird Hall would become truly powerful and would no longer be at the bottom. After announcing the rankings, it was time to announce the rewards. Lu Ming was ranked first and the reward was very generous. You can go to the book collection hall and choose 2 black-grade low-level martial arts techniques, in addition to the reward of 100,000 contribution points. The rewards were extremely generous. The 2nd and 3rd place could choose the reward of a black-grade low-level martial arts technique, as well as the reward of 80,000 and 50,000 contribution points, respectively. The 4th to 10th place would not be rewarded with any martial arts techniques, only contribution points. Now, follow me to receive your reward. The judge said. Today's competition ended here. Tomorrow, the Esilavir disciple competition would continue. The disciples of the 4 courtyards slowly dispersed. Lu Ming followed the judge and went to the library. Zhang Muyun was also with him. Duanmu Yunyang was currently unconscious, so he could only collect it in the future. At that moment, Lu Ming's identity jade card had an additional 100,000 contribution points. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the library. Lu Ming, according to the rules, you can choose 2 black-grade low-level martial arts techniques, but you can also combine 2 martial arts techniques into 1. You can choose 1 black-grade high-level martial arts technique. The judge said to Lu Ming, I can choose a black-grade high-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, I'd advise you to choose 2 black-level low-grade martial arts techniques. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, the judge warned him. Oh, but... Lu Ming asked. Because the martial arts technique's reward is only for you to learn and cultivate on your own, and cannot be privately passed on to others, nor can it be sold. Although a black-grade high-level martial arts technique is more precious than 2 black-grade low-level martial arts techniques, with your current cultivation, it is too difficult to cultivate a black-grade high-level martial arts technique. And choosing a black-grade low-level martial arts technique, with your talent, you can cultivate it. This is the most cost-effective. The judge explained seriously. Thank you for your warning, Elder, but I'm free to decide, Lu Ming said after some thought. Lu Ming still intended to choose a black-level high-level martial arts technique. After all, there was a wonderful chanting sound in the Supreme Shrine that could help him understand martial arts techniques. Others might not be able to cultivate it, but it did not mean that he could not. Seeing that Lu Ming had already made up his mind, the judge did not try to persuade him anymore. He greeted the elder who was guarding the door and Lu Ming walked into the library with Zhang Muyun. The book collection hall was divided into 7 floors. The first level stored some unrated cultivation methods and martial techniques. The second floor stored yellow-grade lower-level martial arts techniques. The third floor stored yellow-rank upper-class martial arts techniques. And so on. The 7th floor would be the upper earth level martial arts techniques. Earth grade top level was the highest level martial skill in the mystical sword sect. It was extremely rare and precious. Zhang Muyun came to the 4th level while Lu Ming walked towards the 5th level. The fifth floor was filled with black-grade high-level cultivation methods and martial techniques. The fifth level was not big. There were only 9 Shilavirs. Lu Ming took a glance and saw that there were only about 50 cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. The huge mystical sword sect had been established for thousands of years, but there were only 50 or so black-grade high-level cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. It could be seen how precious and rare black-grade high-level cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were. Lu Ming read the books one by one. Lu Ming directly ignored the cultivation techniques. Lu Ming had the true War Dragon technique and did not care about the other cultivation techniques. Lu Ming also ignored the sword and knife techniques. After a while, Lu Ming finally saw the one-step spear technique. Meteor spear technique. The spear strikes were like meteors, and its power was astonishing. After hesitating for a while, Lu Ming shook his head. For spear techniques, he had the fire gun art. He had not yet cultivated the fire gun art to the highest level, but it was enough for him in a short time. Even if he chose a black-grade high-level spear technique, it would not increase his battle strength much in a short period of time. He continued reading. A moment later, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Soaring steps. Lu Ming saw a movement martial arts technique. Sky steps, when cultivated to a profound level, could allow one to walk in the air and cross the void. Lu Ming was very tempted to cross the void. Who wouldn't want to be like a bird, able to soar through the 9 heavens and look down at the mountains and rivers? However, only when a warrior reached the martial arts Grandmaster realm could he truly break free from the shackles of the earth and soar above the 9 heavens. However, it was actually possible to do it with the step in the air. Although it was noted at the back that it was only a short walk in the air and could not really cross the air like a martial arts Grandmaster powerhouse, it was still very attractive. Lu Ming chose the airwalked without any hesitation. He came to the entrance of the library hall and handed the secret manual to the elder of the library hall. You must return it within 2 months. The elder of the book collection hall registered and warned. Lu Ming nodded. He took the manual and bade the judge farewell before heading to the Vermilion Bird Hall. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.